if you feel any better, I have 82 health as a max.
Oh, well, that's fine. You're usually very far away.
I stand by everything about my build except for the fighter levels. The fighter levels are just insane. But the barbarian monk combo, the reckless monk, I'm into that.
Yeah. I
No,
just
that
wish
seems
you
good.
had enough barbarian levels to not worry about not having to reach.
Yeah. If I was, instead of being like, because I'm shooting for like monk 11, barbarian 4, fighter 4, then I don't know what I'll do with level 20. But if I would have just gone to like, I don't know, monk 13, barbarian 7 or something, it would have been a perfect build.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'm here a little early, but I'm gonna start making food, so I'll be a little intermittent. But I will have to I will sprint upstairs if I need to do anything. But I have like a whole bunch of rope to climb up, so you know.
Right.
We'll just say you get all the way up, and maybe to safety. But
Maybe.
hey, it's Elise and Gail's turn. Should we announce?
Yeah, let me go and set up announcements and we'll get going.
The streamy teamy.
Guess what, guys? I bookmarked the survey this time. I don't have to go digging. Oh my god, it's a 6-way tie. Okay.
What?
Can one person who hasn't voted just go vote?
Yeah. Go vote. People, go vote.
Okay, I'll vote. I haven't voted.
Alright.
I hope I vote for the people who like didn't get any or aren't tied.
I was going to say, if you vote for the right 2 people, then it could be an 8-way tie.
I haven't voted yet. Shit, where's the...
What even happened last time?
We fought stuff.
Before that.
We started sailing over Pleiades and then got fucked.
Did
We went fishing and got Leah's ship out of that dome. That's really all that we did, was basically get Leah's ship and start sailing it across the city.
Alright, I made my decisions. My votes are in.
I'm adding mine. I don't know who to vote for. I'll go Flick, but Flick isn't here right now. I go Mope, but Mope isn't here right now. I'll go. Yeah. And yeah. Okay, I voted.
Alright. Well, that brought it down to a 5-way tie, so here we go.
Down to what?
Everybody was inspiring this week. Nordo and Flick.
Who's not here?
Fun things we're going to go through this, and we probably all already have it. I've already got it.
Probably, yeah.
So
I
you
need
can
to
send
stop.
it to somebody
I
else
don't
with,
have it.
Gotta stop handing it out like candy.
Today's it is.
Yay.
Flick actually needed his.
You
I
can
feel like
transfer
we've
to
just had
Rye
a
if
lot
you
of
want
sessions
to.
in a row where we kind of haven't been using it.
Yeah.
I feel like
Handing
whenever Gale and Nomad have it, they just burn through it like within the first hour.
I still have mine.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Quite a bit, but then I spend it on something stupid and ridiculous.
Which is the only, like, the best way to spend inspiration is on stupid, ridiculous things.
See, I saved mine for story beats. It's just been a while since we've had an Ordo story beat. I never spend it on like attack rolls or anything.
Legit.
I think the last time I used mine was on like the lizard folk or something.
I just wait for an opportunity to use it on something that's generally meaningless, but in the long run, but is important to me for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like dating orcs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
or anything related to that sort of vein.
Alright, anyway, we left off right in the middle of combat.
Lisa's turn!
Let's do this shit.
She can
Lisa's up.
save Basu!
Yeah, she should do something. What else? Where? Oh, there she is. That's right. Vasu's hurt. Is anyone else hurt? Nope, just Vasu. She's gonna heal Vasu.
Hey, how you doing?
I mean, other people are hurt, but you're the most hurt.
Hey, there are hero point icons now.
There are. They were on last week, but you might not have had them refreshed, maybe? I don't know.
See, I was zoomed out just enough that the text looked like it said Nerd 1 above me instead of Hero.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Alright, Vasu, you get
1
18
nerd
points.
point. I forget, is Shu alive right now?
I think you resummoned
sure
him
he
while they
is.
were working on the ship, yes.
Yeah, and I have not brought him out in combat again because I don't want him to get toasted immediately. So those are all going to be 8s.
Fuck yeah.
I love
Shit.
Shu.
That's such a good ability. Alright, anyway, she will heal you, and then she will run over to get light on this thing, on a hunch, and then we'll take it to Gale.
Nordo, you should probably dip Warlock just to pick up that feature.
Which one was it? I wasn't paying attention.
Pact of the Everlasting or something?
Oh, why did Vasu die?
Oh, I thought
What did you do, Vasu?
What happened?
What happened?
Elisa's murdered Vasu.
I knew it. Been preparing for this day.
But no, that
really
thing
have.
is
names on it.
Pact of the Everlasting ones or something for it. You'd need 3 Warlock levels to get it. So at this point, it's probably not worth it for you.
Probably worth it. There's already 3 classes. Might as well.
Right.
Go for the record.
Just dip. Just keep dipping.
Dipadelphia.
You look much better, Vasu. How much HP do you have, Max?
111.
That's 1 above Nordo. You're both really good now.
Right? I'm telling you, the effect gifted me like 20 HP. It's great.
Right?
I don't know if it's really gifting. I had to sacrifice Dex, but who needs Dex?
Yeah, not
How
you.
dare you almost catch up to me?
If you count my temp HP, though,
Stop that.
then I'm above you.
Oh.
Alright, Gale's turn.
Attack twice. Pew, pew.
I don't actually have to think I have a bonus action that's reasonable, so Toto's just gonna dodge, I guess.
Alright. And those both hit, even firing through the wall of fire, for 33 points of piercing damage. You can see now with his defenses lower at Ace, you can see all of these tendrils have kind of... Well, actually, you can't see anything because you're down dangling from the ship. But this thing is very vulnerable, and that shot actually blows out one of the eyes off of the side of this thing's head. 5 remaining. It looks real shitty all of a sudden.
Shit.
Anything else, Gale?
Negative.
Alright, it's going to use a legendary. Oh, it's already got the 1, but that's not good enough. Yeah, it's going to fire another Maze Seed out, this time at Toto. Tiny little bead of fire flies over, trying to wrap itself around Toto's ankle. Successfully, unless he has advantage from something.
He's dodging, so he's advantage.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he does have advantage. 21 is good. Excellent. That means this tiny little mote of fire begins to grow on the ground beneath the two of you. And that'll bring us to Vasu's turn.
Right.
How far down is Ace?
Ace is at the bottom
Is
of
he
the rope, about
actively
40
climbing?
feet
I forget
down.
if we know that.
He looks like he's trying to climb his way back up. He's about 40 feet down right now.
Alright. You know what? I've got the movement for it either way. I'm going to use one of my cloak dashes to get right here where I can see and hear Ace. I'm going to call out, hey, you good down there? You want a hand?
He can't respond.
Yeah,
He's
I think
running.
he's cooking at the moment.
Oh. He's probably fine. If he's like, if it looks like he's struggling at all with the rope, I'll fly down and help him. But otherwise,
If you want.
There he is.
Okay. I assume Ace is just like dangling. He's like, I'll probably be okay. So instead, I'm gonna dash over here, not giving a fuck about this wall of fire. And I'm gonna wail on this bird.
Is it squeezing to be in its space? I don't know if I'm squeezing.
No. So it takes up the
Okay,
space
plenty
that
of
its shadow is on, and then the 6 around it. So
That's not
this is the
so
center
bad.
of it right here.
The wings don't
Okay,
count,
so I
right?
fly.
Right.
Is it advantage because I dashed 20 feet straight at it?
If that gives you advantage, yes. I can't remember if it does. I think
It does. It's part of my spear.
Excellent. Then yep.
Very nice.
He is also ignited for whatever good that does, and takes an
Think it's
immediate
immune to
extra 3
fire?
fire damage.
You do notice he seems totally impervious to fire, but the rest goes through just fine.
All right. Give me a con save.
Oh,
Oh shit. I'll tack
Very
on
good at
another
this.
5. Yeah, I'll tack on 5 bludgeoning from barrel, and then I'm just gonna keep trying to beat it up.
Oh, you know what? It looks like it's already stunned. I think it was stunned from your last turn.
Oh, cool.
you
So
don't
these
have
have all,
to use
these
it.
have all been
probably.
an advantage anyway.
Yeah.
So she
Cool.
can stay safe.
Then I'll save that key point.
Yeah.
22 is good for another 20 minus 8, I think. How much of that is fire? Yeah,
What
the 8.
D10 is fire, right?
Yeah, D10 is fire.
Alright, laying into the meaty flesh of this thing.
And if it's already stunned, I'll use that key point for a flurry instead. So here's 2 unarmed strikes.
Kill it.
Whack,
Kill it.
29 is
29.
good for another 10. It's still up.
Oh, guess what?
Bastard.
This might be free temp HP for Nordo.
Damn, I already have all my temp HP. What a waste.
Oh no! Well then
That's
you
not
can
true, I
run
could-
through all the maze fire.
I could gain 1 temp HP from it.
You know what? I'm gonna be a real bastard here. With that last attack that connects, I'm going to make another con save.
Oh, shit.
Aha.
It's good.
Yeah, he's fine.
The exact same 2 numbers.
And that's
He
that's where I
did.
gotta stay
Weird.
because I used all my movement.
Alright. That brings us to Nordo.
Like,
Nordo, help!
no longer stunned, though, right?
Correct. Now it is unstunned.
No longer stunned.
Now I will attack it. I will attack it recklessly since it is no longer stunned. Orto will
No.
tiptoe around some of these fiery walls.
Nordo, help! I picked a fight with a bigger boy.
Oh boy, 29
Oh,
is good
yeah.
for 15. And
30
strength save.
damage.
Say, unless he's immune to restraint.
Might be. I don't know. Maybe
Woo.
the shadow.
Oh, so it's
Oh.
like an attack.
I think it's dead.
Yeah,
I
think
think
I'm probably
it's dead.
close to do it.
27 for 11. It is up in smoke. You can see as you swipe through it, almost eerily quickly, all of the flames that have burst up from these lines traced across the surface of both of the ship are drawn into them as if by strong wind, and then they just kind of go up into this enormous ball of smoke that rises quickly up to the top of this air bubble and then begins to fan out around it until eventually the water kind of engulfs and surrounds it, turning into this inky black. And everything goes quiet for the moment, although all of you can still see off in the distance several large creatures continuing to move quickly in your direction.
Excellent.
I'm continuing to steer.
A little bit of that smoke clings to Nordo's flesh and absorbs into him. Then he will. Do these fiery mazes like remain in place?
They don't. They
Well, that's good.
they leave little char marks in this maze-like pattern, but like they just kind of like if you rub your thumb over them, they squeak off. It appeared to be just some sort of an effect on the surface. It was not actually cutting through the ship.
I think they look pretty cool.
Whenever I get up, I'm going to gather as many of those feathers that the shadows left behind.
Yeah, you do
Right.
see that each of these tethers left behind kind of just a mix of black feathers and little bits of down. And there's still a few that have not been swept aside by all the motion and commotion. And they do remain behind.
I'm going to collect as many as I can.
Are you alright, Ace?
Yes, I am doing peachy. I did not stick my landing.
That's
That
right,
is
little
fine.
guy. I'd like to look through the spyglass, basically like from the monsters and then to the coral and then back and forth, and see if I feel like now that we've killed off like the closest monsters, if it now looks like we're going to get to the coral before we're caught, or are they still like gaining on us over the next like minute?
They're definitely gaining. Go ahead and give me a perception check, and then somebody give me a sailing check.
I don't have it for long, so if anyone else wants to do it, there you go.
All right, let's see here. 5. Okay, as you look back as the ship continues towards its destination, having killed this one, you get the sense that several of them are kind of slower moving and will probably have a difficult time catching up to you. This whole group over here is kind of coming up from behind, and they're getting to the point where they're chasing you from behind instead of moving to intercept, and they're kind of matching your speed. So you get the sense that you'll be okay, but you're going to have to move really quick once you get there. These two, however, are coming up kind of closer and as a pack. And they seem to be moving more quickly, and potentially you get the sense that they'll probably catch up with you about a minute before you reach your destination. So there's
Sure.
2 more coming up from about the 8 o'clock.
And then looking towards the coral, or if we're close enough to see at this point, do I see the coral, and is it big enough for us to fit into? Has this fish led us astray?
So at first, as you kind of reach over there, hidden by all the darkness, you really only see the top lip of it that is illuminated by all these force fields. And it's at first kind of a dismal and disappointing sight. You see rock face, you see occasional anemone and coral formations, but nothing large enough to like fit 2 ships through. However, as you continue to go for about after about a minute and a half more, getting closer and closer and getting a better vantage point, you eventually are able to spot something in the darkness as it comes within range of the supernatural vision that you've all been granted. As hidden within the depths, all the way down the northeastern face of this, there is just this thick, all-encompassing layer of barnacles and anemones and coral that basically fills up the entire northeastern wall of this cavern. It is kind of this light blue color with little spots of pink and green in it, and it covers basically the entire face. If it is possible to open a portal across it, it would be big enough to fit the ships through.
So the plan isn't to fit both ships through. The plan is to leave Leah's ship behind here and shrink this ship into a bottle because
Well,
there's no tree that we can come out of.
That's the thing. We need an exit point
Yeah.
big enough for
Yeah,
Leah to
we do
ship
not
out to.
Unless did we see anything like a bunch of trees close together, a mangrove on the island that might fit 2 ships,
Boy, it's kind of a giant island.
right? Have I specifically?
I guess give me a survival check.
I am trained
Can I
in
help?
that. Sure. 17.
I'm sorry if my mic also picked up that sneeze.
It's all good.
Okay.
God bless.
Thank you.
Almost anywhere else in the world, that would be a ridiculous question. The thought of a tree large enough to fit
But the
ships
island.
through. However, on this enormous island where the bugs are the size of rhinos and the birds are the size of, I don't know, rocks and whales, you do actually recall spotting a little bit across the valley to the south of where you initially showed up. There is this patch of these enormous trees that are kind of squat and large. Nobody else here has played it, but there are... Let me see if I can find a picture. These massive, they almost look like overgrown potted plants, except they're colossal in size. And you get the sense that it might be a little bit close, but they're probably big enough that a ship could potentially pop out the side.
So if we can make it out here with Leah's ship, that'd be the best case. But if not,
Yeah.
at the end
Were
of the
there
world.
any close to like the sea or something? I don't think we were near the sea anyway. So it would be back to square one. We would end up back in the jungle with the
Right.
ship, with Leah's ship stuck on land.
That's probably still better than it being stuck at the bottom of the
That's
ocean.
true. With all these things here, but the thing is, the fucking lizard folk will probably pick it up.
That's true. They'll just banish it right back to that town.
That's why it's at square one.
Right. It might actually be better leaving it down here unless we think we have a good way to get it off the island once we get it there.
Yeah. Would there have been like trees near the shore?
You guys appeared within view of the ocean, off in the distance, but it was several miles away, probably 9 to 10 miles.
I don't think if there were, I don't think I would have seen a tree there
Also,
anyway.
have we established, is this ship like in flying order? I know we removed like special tracking parts, but does it? Oh yeah, oh no, it doesn't have an elemental. That was the issue.
Right. In theory, yes,
Never
but it
mind.
would need you'd have to capture an elemental.
Right.
Can we just
Could
put Vasu in the
I-
balloon?
Well,
Yeah, could I like power it enough temporarily at least without like having to like be
Ooh.
subjected to a lifetime of slavery or something?
No, that's a good idea. Vasu.
I mean, I've got all
yeah.
I've got all sorts of elemental powers in me.
Yeah, so there's Vasu, and there's also Nordo who has the heart of Tarask, and also Moat who has the heart of Phoenix or whatever. That's three
Yeah.
elementals. If
With the three of
work
us combined,
together-
we've got to be at least an elemental.
They're like
Right.
a half Captain Planet.
Do any of you guys have a way to conjure an elemental?
Yeah, I got
They
Beryl
are-
living inside of me.
we all kind of do.
Counts, right?
Kind of. Do you have any concrete?
Is Beryl my persona?
Maybe.
Is an angel an elemental?
An angel is not an elemental. They might be able to. They do fly. Boy.
That's all you need to be an elemental, right?
Right. I really like this plan, but like, unless you have a way, like a spell or a mechanic or something that actually creates an elemental.
so
yeah, talk
because we're it's because we're just planning this like at the last minute as we're seeing what our means of getting out of here are. So we don't have a whole lot of time to actually discuss it.
Baobab
But I
trees.
will I'm gonna look back to Rax and Brandy. Be like, hey, you think your mama could carry that ship if we asked her to?
What?
Oh, that's right.
Easy-
If
of course, easy peasy.
Oh, there we go. Problem solved. Okay, I'm going to activate the cloak. What the fuck is that cloak called? Fucking, what do you call that? Mantle of the North Seas. And they use the investiture of wind to give me a 60-foot fly speed. I'm going to fly ahead of the ship, and I'm going to, as soon as we get to a large, dense patch of coral, I'm going to just weave my arms around, and they start shaping into a weird circle of corals and kelp until a portal forms in the middle, and I go in last.
No.
What?
We're not. We're gonna just walk up to a thing that can carry that.
Not walk up.
With
No.
with its missing child, I assume they'll owe us a favor.
No, that's not how they work.
Well, we got about 60 seconds before we blast into this wall, so I say we bring the ship with us either way, and we can decide when we get back.
Let the record
will.
show I'm against this.
Of course.
All right, no.
Naturally.
As you guys are all
Yeah.
kind of making these last-minute preparations and plans and decisions, still probably about 2 minutes away from the wall that you need to portal through, is when these two creatures both get within about 800 feet and look like they're beginning to close in on the ship.
Ace, how good are you at snipe? Oh, you can't snipe through the water.
We might have one more scrape in front of us still, and this one's got a way to stop them.
Let me just look at how much mana. Yeah, this will be swell. What level is this? Good. Okay, neat. I'm going to cast. Let me just see if this is a. I might not be able to cast it actually. It might be a higher level. Shit. Yeah, I can't. It's too high level. I can't do anything right now. I have to be in front. Good luck everyone else.
So
All
we
right.
got nothing.
Then barring any long distance plans,
How far away are they still?
about 800 feet and closing quickly.
May I actually on the soul of the ship, the what's this ship called? The moon ship.
The Crescent King.
The Crescent King has a larva in it. Can I cast haste on it so we can move faster?
Not quite. It's not a creature in that sense, no.
Okay. I got nothing.
All right, then let me pull this over.
We're gonna have a counter.
All right, the two speediest of the bunch seem to have caught up. You are about, let's see, 2 minutes, about 15 rounds from the cave wall, assuming that the combat goes that long. If these two are defeated, the others will show up about 2 minutes from now, or I should say 2 minutes after you reach the wall. But now is the time for these guys. Also, why is Firefox not updating the map?
Are there any cannons on any of these ships?
There's none on the Crescent King. I don't believe Gale has outfitted cannons yet.
No.
This is the Black Zephyr.
Or the Black Zephyr.
Leah's
Right.
ship.
Right. Let me double check.
Does it have the genocide cannons that it used in Larvalfin?
It has portholes. It clearly used to have cannonry. They are not here currently.
Yeah, they were eaten.
And Leah does mention that she has written down that she needs 4 new cannons.
Right. Shopping list. 4 new cannons.
Where am I on the map? I've disappeared.
You're not on the map. You have disappeared. Oh no, you're under Vasu.
Oh, I made another bus. I have a fly speed of 60 feet right now. I'm kind of over here. A little bit in front of the ship. We have a few rounds, right?
15, I think you said.
15 before you
is
reach
a
the wall, yeah.
lot.
And I will say, for
Sure.
the sake of dealing with AFK people and saving you the trouble of steering the ship, Flick will use his turns to control the ship.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Stockpiling hero points while he's not even here.
Mo
Problem
yeah.
with that idea though, Flick cannot do that because he's the air pocket for the
Oh,
Black Zephyr.
that is accurate. He has to stay over
It has
there.
to be. It has to be Moat.
Yeah, Mo can do it though.
Yeah.
He's proficient.
That'll work.
And Gale too. Just mean if somebody who's not here tonight can do it, then
Modi is actually proficient for once. He did not just moat all of
yeah.
us on that one.
Yeah.
Alright.
Flick has ranged spells at least.
How big is the air pocket sphere on this one?
About
Is
40
it
feet.
gone?
About 40 feet from any edge of the ship, I believe. Something like
Okay.
that.
I think it's no longer there.
Yeah, I deleted it because Roll20 is terrible.
And we just use Elise as a point for that. Or just put an item there.
Yeah, I could do that.
Be easier.
I'll make a false
There,
flick.
there. A false,
False
flick?
flick.
No, it's too confusing.
It won't be because I'm gonna make it red for false.
Oh, there. Oh, he's an imposter.
Clear imposter.
There we go. It's the false flick.
There.
I
The
spent my
false
turn
flick.
attacking false flick.
There's nothing there.
Oh boy,
Side check.
it goes first.
Holy shit, guys! All of you rolled fat, hot garbage for your initiative. What the hell?
Technically,
you know-
rolled
you know
fat
what?
hard
You know what?
garbage for us.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna use my inspiration because I do not like rolling a 6 on the first turn of combat.
All right, reroll some. Reroll your initiative.
Here I go.
You guys fell down under Nordo and Gale, which is impressive.
I did it and it barely changed.
It did. You do go before the second monster, at least. It changes a little bit. All right. The Abyssoptopus is going to burst through, fly down on the ship. What is his speed? Delightfully long. Okay. He'll have to dash to do it. But he bursts through the bubble and lands with a crash on the front of this ship.
Yuck.
That's a dash. Ace is up. Ass. Your name is
Ass.
Ass. Now.
Ass is up.
It's up.
So if I did shoot my arrow into this, it is technically pushing water outwards. So it actually, my arrow could go a little bit of a distance, correct?
You could potentially go like a little beyond the breach of the bubble. It's going to slow it down tremendously as soon as it hits water.
Could I hit him? Though I know, but I'm just saying, like, this isn't this force field like literally forcing the
Yeah.
water, so it's
Yeah.
gonna get,
Also, this is both air currently.
Yeah, these bubbles are both air.
yeah. But I meant like, could I hit an?
Yeah, if you wanted to try to hit him, I would say it would probably give him 3/4 cover.
But I'm a sharpshooter.
Oh, right. You know what? Go for it.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna move my hunter's mark to him, and then I'm gonna attack. Is it an aberration?
It is. You do notice that both of these look similar to other things that you fought recently. One is just this all-white octopus
Oh, wait.
with icy spikes kind of coming out of its tentacles, and then that other one looks kind of like an electric eel with dots running down its sides, and they're both just jet white. Jet white? Jet white. Alright, you beat me
Cool.
to it.
Pure white.
Also, I forget what I can do with hero points, but I have them, so
It's right there in the chat. In the Roll20 chat.
that's a link.
19 cents in
is.
for 35.
That's what I was asking for. Thank you. Thank you both.
Alright.
Also, you link the baobab trees.
Yeah, is that what those are called?
Think so?
But yeah, there's a whole bunch of those on that island. Alright, that'll bring us to Nordo.
I have one more attack.
Oh, just kidding. 16 more point. Open another. Yep, there we go.
Yep, that's what
21
they're
to round
called.
things off. Alright, back to back to back, you catch this thing lighting up the circles on its side, glowing and arcing with electricity. And you just fire a round of 3 shots, catching it just before it breaches free of the water. That'll bring us to Nordo.
Okay. Will let out his big loud bear roar, and the big spectral bear appears. He'll do this thing. Should just get Flick into the thing.
Perfect. Flick is actually about 60 feet up, so he is safe from it.
Oh, right.
Hell no.
Garbage. That is my action. Use my movement to run up to it. And so the key point to bonus action and dodge. That's my turn.
Alright, at the end of your turn, it's going to do a legendary scuttle.
What's that do?
He is going to whoop away from you and kind of wrap himself around the front of the ship here.
I'll try the attack at disadvantage.
Alright. Even with disadvantage, holy fuck, 29 is good for 13 and a strength save. Oh shit.
Beautiful.
Which means
And
he
a
stops
wound
about
as
here.
well.
He looks like he's heading towards the bow of the ship to kind of wrap around and potentially give himself some cover. But you were able to hold him in place with vines that grow out from your weapon and then lash him to the ground. That'll bring us to Gale.
That thing is bigger than large, right?
It is gargantuan, yep.
Big octopus.
Can I tell where the Storm Slither is heading? What direction it's facing?
Yes, it seems to be attracted to the light that Elise's sword is giving off.
Shit. Okay.
Huh?
In that case, I guess I'll just shoot this thing because it's restrained, right?
Sure is.
That's terrible. 14, 19?
The 19, I think, hits. Yeah, 19 still hits for 16. Oh, wait, you have advantage on both because you have Gunner. So that's 23, 31.
But I have disadvantage because of light.
Light.
Oh, right, I
Oh.
forgot that's like actual daylight. Right,
Yeah.
right.
On Elise's?
Wait, no, Elise's light is not
There's
daylight.
one, yeah.
That was the thing that Moat lit up, but that has long since drifted behind you.
Far away.
Aren't we all in light here?
No, this is air. Air from Flick.
Yep.
From the Crescent King.
Okay.
Yeah, there was daylight. He lit up an arrow that was fired into the first monster, which started to kind of like drift past the ship during the other battle. But that has been left behind. You are no longer in daylight.
I thought
Everyone here is dark vision, so it's fine. Except Vasu, maybe. I don't know.
We all have dark vision.
23 and 31.
Hell yeah! So those both hit for 34 points.
And then I'll have Toto try and just chew on this thing.
Before you do that, real quick, or you know, you can keep that roll if you want. As the two shots sink in, there is an explosion of blue blood that then rapidly freezes and shatters. And I need deck saves from. It would be Nordo, Gale, and Toto. Actually, Nordo would be immune to those because they came from the northeast side. So just be Gale and Toto.
Oh no.
Gale, you're gonna die.
Don't do it.
You're fine.
Alright. If Toto still goes through with it, 24 is good for another 10 force. And another...
Yeah, he'll go for it. Because there wasn't blood when Nordo hit, right?
There should have been. So actually, Nordo, give me a save against this. Good call.
Sorry, Nordo. I thought it might have been a piercing damage thing.
Either way, I'll remind him whenever he gets back he must be AFK.
Cool. In that case, I'm not gonna have Toto bite it because that's hurting me a lot. And instead, he's just. If I have any left. Oh, good, I do.
He's back.
I'm gonna shoot him with my shrink ray.
A save for me.
Oh shit, nice. Yeah. Deck save against 9 cold
Alrighty.
damage.
Okay.
Shrink Ray is Wisdom save?
Con save.
Con save.
So it's probably fine, but
Ooh, it tried to fail.
I'm gonna take no damage instead.
yeah, that would be a miracle for it to fail.
It
But
rolled an 18 on the 4.
yeah, it's got plus 14. It's probably not gonna
It's a healthy boy. Look at it.
probably
It's a
not
big
gonna
old
do
boy.
that again. That's it.
Alright, that'll be Elise's turn. She is just going to... she'll go and bring out a spiritual weapon, and then she'll ready her attack for when this thing gets in range. And that'll bring us to Vasu.
I'm gonna take out the ad. Boom.
That's in water.
I don't care. I'm fighting with a spear.
Do you actually breach through into the water?
Dead.
It's the pressure underneath.
Right, the pressure because of
Bottom
the...
of the sea. We haven't tried it yet. We don't know what.
Nobody's tried it yet.
Is he,
Just fine. But
is he question?
Yeah.
Which squares is he actually taking up?
Let me
is
see.
this
How big
guy?
is this guy? He is...
How big is this boy?
he is huge, so he's taking up the one that he's on and then the 6 around him. So, like...
So I could technically hit him if I'm attacking with reach.
If you have a
without
15-foot reach, yeah.
reaching the water. I mean, I don't on my spear, but I do on my... Fuck it. Yeah, I'll run up and I'll kick it. Yeah!
Alright,
The air lashes out around me to extend my reach.
it does. You see this blade of air that kind of just cuts through the wall of water. It... unfortunately, misses. It hits this heavy resistance of the densely packed, heavily pressurized water, and it just doesn't go as far as you would expect. Likewise, 21, not enough to get through the heavy wall of water that's giving him some protection.
Does it offer him... Is it like actually offering him cover?
It seems to be offering him some cover, yeah.
Okay, now... Let me hit you... Oh geez, what's... Is he okay? That's the description of the thing I'm doing? In my head, I was seeing that as like I'm actually extending this air bubble to hit him.
Strike out.
But-
Condensed burst of air, which stretch up beyond your normal reach. Your reach increase. You know what? Give me a wisdom check. Alright, as you approach the edge, your first attack misses, and you begin to kind of realize that you need to sort of extend this bubble, and you harness the energy of the air that's being provided to you. And with a 10, I'll say that you're able to harness enough to make the second attack go through. 21 does land. The first one's still a miss, even getting rid of cover. For 10 points of slashing.
Slashing... It doesn't look like it did a whole lot. I'm gonna flurry anyway. Pa-pya, pa-pya.
Ooh!
It's a crit.
Alright, as you realize that you need to harness the elements in addition to just kicking, you see that one of the wings pops out, kind of this shimmering white one, and it begins to join you in your assault, almost kind of grabbing bits of this air pocket and then opening a channel directly to this thing, enough for you to land 2 more hits, one of which is a critical hit.
At crit, I'm going to tack on the 5 bludgeoning damage from barrel, which I think gets doubled because it's a crit.
Does it just do a flat 5, or is it like a D something?
It's my proficiency bonus.
Okay, gotcha.
It doesn't double.
Yeah, only dice. Which is weird, and I don't know how I feel about it, but, you know.
Good to know, though. I mean, I get it.
Just double damage.
How's it look after that?
Very bad. It's looking pretty beat up. One of its eyes is kind of squinted shut.
I'm gonna save some of my key points, so I'm not gonna try and stun it, especially because everything down here seems to have really good constitution.
Accurate.
And I'm gonna fly away
Alright,
a little bit and kind of touch.
alright, this thing is going to burst through, although it's not looking great, but it doesn't fear death. Let's see, what can it do? It's even faster. Perfect.
It's a good long jump.
It does. It does this enormous long jump and kind of launches its way onto the stern castle here, right between Vasu and Moat. But it does have to dash to do it, which brings us to Moat, who is going to use his action to kind of control the ship and steer away from the other things and down into the canyon.
Did he just enter Vasu's range?
He did, but he didn't leave it.
You're thinking of Tunnel
Aw.
Fighter.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah,
You're
I
right,
know.
you're right.
I still haven't picked a feat from my level up. Maybe I should take
You should
but I
do
should
that.
honestly have done that like 2
Is that
weeks
even a
ago,
feat?
So I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm
it's
not
a
gonna-
fighting style.
Yeah, when we
Pick it
leveled
up
up,
as
I got a
feat,
feat.
though.
I said there's a feat that
You
gives
can. There's a
fighting
feat
style.
that gives you a fighting style, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, then
Yeah,
Or-
I know there is. I'm still deciding on which feat I want to take, and I keep forgetting to do it like before we actually play again. So that's totally on me, and I'll do it between sessions,
Perfect. All right,
and not do something just because it's convenient for me right now, because that's dumb in metagame.
Nomad.
Although Tunnel Fighter is really good.
Oh yeah. Is there a way I can hit this thing with a 15-foot cube without hitting my friends?
Absolutely. It's pretty big.
Something like that?
Yep.
Okay, so Nomad uses action, flicks his wrist toward it, activating his investiture of wind thing. And it needs to make a con save, DC 17.
Oh my god, it failed.
It failed. It rolled a fucking 4. So it takes bludgeoning damage, which is 2d10. I'll roll that right now. 13 bludgeoning damage, and it gets pushed 10 feet away from the center of this cube.
All right, it goes flying up this way.
Yeah, if it's larger, smaller, so it's up to there. And that's it.
All right, that'll bring us
Does
to top of the new
Does that
round.
give me a hero point? I'm not sure.
No, you're activating the effects of a spell.
Okay.
All right, Gale, first act.
What? Excuse me?
Right?
What?
Oh!
Well, this thing hurt me.
I
so-
rolled even lower than last time. What's going on? I was already last.
I'd like to take a step back. Even though I'm taking a step back, I kind of assume that this thing still has some reach on me. So.
It's got some pretty significant reach, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just step away and hopefully I'll be far enough away to not get hit by the blood this time.
18 and 26 both slam in, and you are far enough away to avoid the blood this time. So 15 and 18.
Cool. Then, God, I think that's it. For bonus action, Toto is just gonna take a dodge. And that's me.
Right. Let's see if this thing will actually work. I really wish Roll20 would let you select and move things. That'd be cool, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it did it. Okay, cool. We're good. Alright, at the end of your turn... nope, it already did that. So, Flick. Doing Flick things. Ace is up.
Well, is like I said, it's better. I'm just going to I'm going to bonus action aim, and then I'm just going to shoot the one over here.
Alright. This thing is thrown back by the wind, created by Nomad. Kind of begins to... It's like half hanging over the railing of the stern castle. You look for an opportunity, but then there is a sudden rock as
Nope,
Moat has to
I
kind of-
have Elven accuracy. I just don't have the built-in,
Oh,
so it's actually
shit.
25.
Son of a bitch. Then yeah, you find your opening. 25 slams in for 33 points of damage. It's still up, but just barely.
Woo. Sorry, I need to fix that and get it built in.
We'll be dead by then.
How about 17?
17 is good, and that one is enough to do it. You fire one, and it kind of looks over to you and opens its mouth wide, begins to slither over in your direction. You lose one more arrow, it goes straight through the back of the throat, into the brainstem, and this thing drops.
Does that cool like movie pan where it like follows the arrow in slow mo?
Yeah.
It's like a 360.
The Skyrim zoom.
Yeah, the Skyrim zoom. He just flies back into the ocean like a ragdoll for
Hell
no
yeah.
reason.
Yep.
No, your skin.
All right.
Bye.
Anything else?
Yep, that's it.
All right, that'll bring us to Nordo.
Okay. I'm going to. Is the circle underneath this thing like where it's actually at?
Yeah, that's its like hitbox.
Cool. Excellent. I will step up into its hitbox. Or not into it, but next to it. And I will start swinging on it. Is it still restrained?
It is.
Terrific. Then I will not attack recklessly.
Wait, does this thing let it get away? No, it does not. Okay. Uh, 27 is good for 13 points slashing damage. Another wound. Follow up for another 7 for 20 total.
I will do a flurry of blows. Snorter just goes hacking and slashing into this thing. Chomps in. Utterly unconcerned about the blue blood.
I don't care for royalty.
17 is no good. Or sorry, 16 is no good.
I will expend a superiority die to try to make that a hit, because I really want it to hit, because if it hits, it's a crit.
That will do it.
Those
that
fire
makes-
levels coming in handy.
Yeah.
For another 19 from that crit.
Alright, and then the final attack with the flurry.
Ooh,
Actual
boy.
crit.
For, oh my god.
Just 10. The 12.
Yeah, just the 10.
12.
Yep.
Cool.
Alright, and then sure enough, catching up with you after all of it is done, come 4 gouts of blue blood.
It has so much blood.
It does have a lot of blood.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Like to bathe in its delicious blood.
Alright, while you're sorting that damage out and finishing it out, or anything else up, Elise is going to take her turn. She'll move this boy over this way. Didn't get her ready to action to 10,
Excellent.
30, brings her up to here. She doesn't really have, she does not feel like climbing that rope. Not one bit, no sir. She's got a cantrip. She'll use a cantrip.
Nordo has evasion now, so he takes no damage, just nimbly dodging the way out of those spurts of blood.
Hell yeah.
Holy heck, you have evasion.
It's wonderful. I'm a real monk now.
You're real.
Oh wow, this thing wants to live. Alright, that'll bring us to Vasio.
It's such a good damage.
New.
I like to imagine it actually makes that sound.
Me too.
Yeah, I make airplane
Like,
noises every time I
verbally.
dash enough to get the advantage on my spear attack. I make those noises.
Fasu has invented airplane noises. It's canon now. There's no airplanes, but somehow there's noises.
That's such good damage too. Is it weak against fire?
I hope so.
It is not,
Believe
but it
I-
does take full
fair.
damage.
And another 5 fire.
25 points. Is that at reach, or what's the range on that?
That's at reach because I'm using my spear.
Is it reach 15 or reach 10?
Reach 10.
Okay.
Closer.
Then you are just in range for blue blood.
Yeah, I figured I would be.
Does that get me too?
You have evasion
not.
too, right?
Just the side of
Yeah, I was trying to make a point to attack from a spot that wouldn't bleed on anybody else.
Trick.
But yeah, I also have evasion, so I'm probably gonna be okay.
I should probably
You're
change it
fine.
from radius to
Oh.
cone.
Rolling that one in advance because I'm definitely going to attack him again.
Alright. 26 is good for another 17 and another burst of blue blood.
Maybe it'll be a lower con save this time. Oh no.
I didn't, but I did change it to cone
7
to make
damage.
sense.
Alright, then I'm going to back up 5 feet. I assume that that doesn't leave its range, but it allows me to make my unarmed attacks from 15 feet away and not get bled on.
Excellent. And that does put you
So
just
here's
out
a
of range
flurry.
of the blood.
Yeah. Hacha!
29 is good. 26 is good for 12 more points. Bits of ice at this point now flying off in all directions as you guys hack and carve and shoot your way into this thing. Blue streaks trickling down its otherwise white flesh. Anything else?
Nope, that's me.
Alright, that'll bring us to the dead guy, Nomad.
Actually, if I can retroact that just a little bit, I get the feeling I don't want to be dangling above open air.
It's fair.
Or water, as it were, so I'm going to
Fair.
go right here and kind of interpose with Gale.
Alright,
I also don't want to leave its range and provoke.
Good call.
Oh, yeah. Nomad's going to use lightning on it. Zap. 18?
18 slams in for a hit. 19 points of damage against it.
It's lightning, just for reference. And that's it.
It is. Where are you at? You're kind of low. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that would burst out. So I do need saves from Vasu and Gale and Toto.
What? Lightning makes it burst too?
Sure does. Anything that breaks the skin.
Lightning doesn't break skin. What are you talking about?
It sure does. Have you seen a lightning strike?
It burns, I guess.
All right, that'll bring us to. Or anything else on your turn?
Oh, that's it.
All right, that'll bring us to the big guy. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's have some
10
fun.
points of wound damage.
Oh shit! Right.
Oh, it also does take...
Oh right, it's on fire too, isn't it?
Yeah.
And restrained.
Yeah, it's not in a good place, but that's okay. We can make more of them.
Burrow. Don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I really don't.
It's okay. We're still traveling.
All right, let's get some work done. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to lash out to... Let's do... coin flip, Vasu and Nordo. One is for Nordo. So Vasu, this is on you. You see the longest one of these arms, kind of right below the eyes, lashes out, and as it does, you can see these long, just kind of almost crystalline blue teeth extend from the tip
Major
of its tentacles,
septipode.
and it begins to lash towards you. Oh, Toto poses disadvantage. That makes it a 23. Actually, no, we got to do a fresh roll, otherwise that would be cheating. So here we go. That makes it still a hit. 24.
Jesus. Yeah.
It does take 7 points of force damage, though.
It does.
Is the important thing.
Does force break skin?
It would actually, yeah.
It does? Is there any attack that doesn't?
It would pretty much just be like bludgeoning or psychic.
That's
Maybe.
what force is.
Maybe necrotic.
Force is just fancy
bludgeoning,
bludgeoning.
Force is kind of a catch-all for a lot of things. Like Mordenkainen's sword does force damage, and it's a sword.
Yeah, it's sharp. Yeah.
Blunt.
Okay,
Oh, like
Quick
Mordenkainen.
question.
Sure.
can I use my earthbending thing that normally lets me block damage from an ally on myself? Oh wait, it's only a ranged attack, never mind.
Gotcha.
Wait.
Tell me how Toto deflects attacks. We'll decide if it breaks skin based on that. What does he actually do to deflect?
I feel like for the most part he just whips around and smacks away the attack with his tail or something.
Okay.
Oh, the way I've been picturing it is like he makes a tiny force field for a moment. That's why it does force damage.
Well, I'm not a sci-fi nerd. So.
You're literally playing a sci-fi class. You
Alright.
have a robot!
I'm playing
Okay,
a
I'm
thing-
not ensnared, but ow.
Ooh, good strength save. All right, we will say that the force damage that he does to deflect is kind of just like a batting away, and I'll call it. I'll say that that would not break skin. We will lock in on that. Vasu, this thing tries to get free of you, but you're able to just pull yourself free at the last minute as it tenses around your waist, trying to ensnare you. Which is a real shame, because it really wanted to get somebody with that. But it is going to follow up with a couple of
Hey, you
smaller
stop
ones.
that!
One on Nordo. Oh my goodness.
Whew.
You were reckless, weren't you? No, you weren't.
I wasn't. It was restrained. And also
You
has
fool!
disadvantage for that reason anyway, so the whole earlier conversation was
Oh
pointless.
no!
Oh, yep, son of a bitch.
But still, 18 points of damage.
And then one on Gale.
I imagine a 14 doesn't hit it.
No, 14
these
misses.
creatures are awful.
Alright, that is it for him. Moat continues to seal the ship. Top of the new round. Ace, first
Thunder
act.
breaks in?
I move my hunter's mark to him. As a bonus action,
Thunder might not.
what is the lighting like over here? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm sure he can see in the dark,
Yeah,
or he can see probably with like vibrations or something.
So there's basically dim light coming up from the force fields below you, and then the ships are providing shadow, so you're all currently in darkness.
All right. Since I'm, I guess, do I have advantage because he can't see me?
How does he view? He does depend on dark sight or dark vision. No, he doesn't see you right now.
Advantage. And then let me roll the one of the one case it's a crit. Not a crit.
All right, still 46 fucking points of damage. And
Well,
that
hold on. There's one. Oh, is he not? Is he dead?
that is all it takes. There is one final gout of blood that sprays across Vasu, Gale, and Toto as this arrow sinks in directly between the eyes.
Thanks, guys.
I had already loosed the second one before he had.
I mean, if you just want to do another blue blood splash, that's fine.
Oh, well, I guess if it's doing damage, people
No.
won't do it.
No, it's fine. You're good. So one last save as blood splashes out that way. But then this thing begins to writhe and squirm, and then eventually go limp, kind of hanging halfway off the side of the ship, looking like it's probably going to tumble free unless you guys want to try to save it.
Also, technically, if Gale wanted to, he could just free action, just move away as I'm shooting at him.
Oh, you know what? Gale and Toto, I think, are... Oh, no, that's right. That's right.
But since I hit the monster next to it, he could probably move away before the blood gets to him.
Move
Alright.
to where?
I was going to say,
Yeah,
he's kind of
weird.
right at the edge of the ship.
Can they jump? How far away is this?
Potentially, with a running start. It looks like a 15-foot clearance.
That's not bad.
Yeah, how are they gonna get a running start?
I'm 6 feet
Like-
tall and have a hell of a wingspan. Can I try to like physically block the
It's-
blood from spraying on Gale?
It's fine. I'm just
I'm
cold.
not, no, let me be.
Okay.
Let me be Amada just for a little bit.
All right. Either way, that is the last of this thing. You do see that as it kind of rolls off the side of the ship, it begins to kind of just explode from the tips inward until eventually there's just a massive clash of ice against the side of this bubble and is swept away by the ocean once more. And with that, you guys pull in about 45 seconds later to this chasm. You can see now this enormous wall of coral and other sea life, but this large formation of what is apparently all one giant organism. And you can still sense, hot on your tail, several more of these large creatures gaining quickly. They'll be here in about 2 minutes.
He does the thing. He makes a portal.
All right.
So cold.
But he
Nomad,
can't go in first, so he has to stand by until both ships are through before going through himself.
Nomad kind of leaps ahead and begins to prepare this portal. And sure enough, you see at first he tears a portal about the size of what you would expect based on when he's cast this spell before. Nomad, give me a spellcasting check as you try to force this portal large enough to fit 2 ships through.
Woo!
You feel some resistance, some strain. This is far beyond what the spell normally does, but you feel like you
Absolutely.
can probably accomplish it with some exertion.
I'm going to use my inspiration on this, so I have advantage.
Excellent choice.
This is a good. And that's just unskilled check for India.
Yep.
23. Thank goodness.
All right. As the ship continues to barrel through, barely slowing down, knowing that you guys are still hot in pursuit, you close your eyes and you muster as much energy as you can, and you begin to make this connection with the coral, with this creature. It's a simple mind, but it is still a mind. And with some coaxing and with a little bit of just exertion of your will, you watch as this shimmering tear spreads taller at first and then wider until a hole, probably a good maybe 70 or 80 feet in diameter, just briefly pulls itself open. Your muscles tense, your neck begins to kind of stress. The ship roars past you, and then the other one just behind it, flying out. And then they appear to have both gone through. You can feel the spell's energy kind of draining you, and then you duck in right behind it. And with a flash just as quickly as it appeared, the portal closes. And you guys find yourself... the people on the back ship are kind of...
I imagine grabbing onto the anchor as it passes.
yeah, like, they're with no bubble to ride on anymore. As soon as it bursts free into open air, it's kind of like a crash landing in a jungle. At least for those of you on the rear ship. The front ship can fly smoothly in any situation. But even so, you do emerge in the thick of a jungle, and almost immediately have to begin swerving or stopping to avoid running into more of these enormous trees all around you. However...
Did you guys know a 7th level spell is 10 mana?
It's a whole bunch. Let me go and get a piloting check from whoever's on the front ship as it bursts free.
Moot.
Or anyone that wants. You guys had a little bit of time to adjust if you want.
Oh,
You can shuffle
probably Gale.
if you prefer.
Very cold.
Nice.
All right. Still shivering from the impact of all that blood, scraping some of it free. You take the wheel, and as soon as the light hits, going from a little bit of daylight, then back to the comforting darkness of the deep sea, and then straight back to more daylight. This time a little bit covered by the jungle foliage. You squint, and then you immediately try to get your bearing, and you can see the ship careening towards another one of these large trees. You pull hard to the right, and you kind of are able to get your ship safe and stop, although you feel a tug as the other ship begins to kind of tumble behind, hitting soft mud and then scraping through until it eventually comes to rest against the side of one of these trees. You look back towards the portal, and you guys all watch Nomad kind of burst through it, collapse, and then the portal closes behind him. The shapes of all of these abyssal creatures locked on the other side, hopefully. Hopefully. And with that, you're back in the jungle.
What time of day is it?
It would be... You guys had a nap down there, and then you did that, and then you did that. It's going to be about midday, about 1 in the afternoon.
Quick question. As we were entering the port, I kind of stepped away for a second. Were there any creatures that were like super close to us, or were we really far from any creature underwater?
The next closest one was about 2 minutes away still, which would be...
Even just regular, even just like a fish.
Oh, absolutely. And
okay.
In fact, they're probably
then I
just kind of caught in all of the commotion. There's probably a handful of fish that like got sucked in through the portal as well.
All right.
As the bubbles closed around behind you.
So I was going to try to pick a creature, maybe like an octopus on a rock or something, or maybe even like, actually, you know what? A sponge, because they're like stuck to stuff.
Sure.
Or a barnacle, something stuck to something, and I'm going to move a hunter's mark to it before we go through the portal, and then I'm going to try to sense how far away it is.
Huh. That's clever. Sure. You're able to cast your spell and kind of place this mark on a barnacle that kind of retreats in as you guys whiz past. And then as soon as you emerge, you begin to kind of get in tune with nature and your senses. And I guess go ahead and give me a wisdom check. Or a survival check, whichever one it is.
Do you want a raw one or something with proficiency added in?
Nah, just give me a wisdom check.
All right, and I do get advantage because of the spell. I don't know if it counts for this since it's kind of a stretch.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, it's not good.
You can sense a very, very vague direction kind of down to the south. But you're not really able to get a good sense for how far or how deep. The cold quickly fades, thankfully, Gale, as it is very warm here. Kind of this just awful, extremely humid, maybe 75, 80 degrees.
I'd like to quickly sing Nomad in Distress, like check on him, make sure he's alright. Maybe a medicine check, see what's going on with him.
Sure. Yeah, go and give me a medicine check.
Specifically, I also want to check like around his neck at that bruising that he got from that curse, see if that looks worse or the same or better.
Alright, looking it over carefully, there doesn't seem to be too much change in the neck. If anything, it actually looks a little bit better. He looks exerted, he looks exhausted, like one might be after a particularly rigorous exercise routine or something like that. The spellcasting equivalent of a deadlift. But with that, he doesn't seem to be any sort of long-term harm. He needs rest, he's drained, he's weary, most of it kind of mentally rather than physically. But with Mind Flayers, there's kind of a strong connection between the two.
Right. Take it easy for a minute, friend Nomad. Catch your breath. You've done a lot back there. Everybody else all right? Nobody hurt or nothing?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very hurt, but not more than usual.
Too hurt to help me?
Ah, not at all. Never.
All right. You're really good with maps, right?
I'm good at like making my own maps about
Yeah.
places I've been before, kind of sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you have any like? Okay. Well, I can kind of sense where we were at to a general degree. It might be a good idea for us to like mark that area on the map so we have an idea of where we were. So we were like that direction. I can feel it still. At least more than 5 miles away. Ish, 5-ish, or more.
Yeah, you're able to kind of sense just a vague direction that you were just at under the sea. And it seems to be pointed southward, which makes sense. You saw a sea in that direction when you initially vamped in, although it was probably a good 10 or 11 miles away at that point in time.
Where are we currently on the map?
It is loading for me. Roll20 is being real weird about not changing maps when I tell it to. So, like, I'm still stuck on the undersea thing, and I'm trying to, like, get it to go over to the world map.
Your browser was also hanging, but that's probably the
Right
600 tabs I have on.
here is-
Okay.
Or at least somewhere on that island.
Whoa, we're in the
Crafting.
Stillstone map.
Yeah, I think
But
he was
there's-
refreshing it for us.
Yeah, I'm trying
Yeah.
to get it to, like, change maps. I can't tell what the hell's going on with it.
Yeah,
It changed and changed back for me.
I had to restart my browser.
Could I have Vasu help me like kind of chart a rough area where it might be, or at least like it's this direction and at least 5 miles south or more south. I messed up.
Yeah. So, yeah, actually, that magenta area is probably roughly correct. You could say maybe a little bit more east than that, but pretty close to that area, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have him kind of mark it so that we have like at least a record of like where that's at in case we ever need to deal with that again.
Say we'll want to go back down there eventually, I'm sure, but we got Nomad's magic to get us there too.
That's true, but it's still a good idea to let us know where we're at, like in case something goes wrong, like he runs out of magic or something.
Absolutely.
Likewise, with Vasu's background feature and his knowledge of maps, he can almost immediately recognize where you are because it's just kind of south across a little valley from where you teleported in the time before. There is a big dip, kind of a ravine, and then a river that flows through it that separates you from all of the places that you were at before. But if you look to your north, you can see the mist-covered mountains that you guys had sailed through and initially met the dragons. And then you know that a little bit to the east of that would be the Lizardfolk camp.
I'm gonna go ahead and do my ping.
Yep. When you do your ping, you sense no nothing out of the ordinary. No aberrations within 5 miles except the ones that you would expect. And then a handful of humanoids, mostly to the northeast, about 4 miles away, but also strewn about in groups of 10 to 12 here and there.
Don't expect we want to linger too long. I know we need a second to catch our breath, but if they find us here again, they'll send us back, I'm sure.
Nomad raises a hand, kind of jittery.
Yes, Nomad, you look like shit.
I will be fine. We may have good reason for them to not send us back. Should they pursue us?
How's that?
We have been purified.
I suppose, but
This means that there is nothing left of us that can taint them. This makes us far superior to them now, actually.
you think they're going to buy that, though? You think they won't just think we weaseled our way out of it somehow and try to send us back?
Can I make a history check to see how backwards this entire jungle place is of
Um,
savages that send people straight to hell? Do they think that there's no escape? Do they think that this will is absolute? That
sure,
the mother is infallible?
you could give me religion, history, or insight. They'd all give you kind
Yeah.
of different angles on it.
Yeah. Do I have advantage on any of these because I'm an anthropologist and I do study them?
Yeah, that would give you advantage on religion and history. Actually, just give you advantage on any of them. They're all applicable
Okay.
to this question.
I guess the most important one for this is religion. Although I wanna get what they as a civilization, collectively think rather than what their religious belief is. So that would be history?
Yep.
Oh, okay. We'll try history. 34.
With the 34, you get the sense that most of the society will probably defer their opinion to that of the religious leaders. You would have a very easy time convincing most of the population as long as you can get some sort of a blessing or confirmation from the religious leaders. Whether or not that is possible is a little bit harder to say. It kind of just depends on whether this culture seems steeped in pragmatism or in tradition. But based on what else you've seen about them, it seems to be that most of their actions are dictated because they are useful, not because they're like steeped in history or tradition. So you get the sense that it might be a reasonable shot.
From what I know, the bureaucratic part of their religion is done. We have been cleansed. We have returned. The end. We are no longer a threat to them.
Still, I don't know if there's any reason to take a chance on it.
Yeah,
don't
we
need
should not
anything else from
stay.
them.
Yeah, we should not stay any longer anyway. That was a complete waste of resources. I would have liked to find treasure.
I mean, we found a ship. We found the only way to get to the Wandering Sun.
This is true. This is far more valuable than just coins. This is something that cannot be bought, perhaps.
It means a lot to me. I appreciate all you put into it.
Absolutely. We
Still,
may have to set sail. I do not have enough magic to teleport us back just yet.
well, that begs the next question. Is we did get one thing that could be very valuable as well, and he nods ahead towards Rax and Brandy. Says, I
How
know
are you?
Um, I'm good. This looks like home. In fact, I think I see it from here.
Should we arrange a meeting
I
with
think
your
that
mother?
I mean, if you want to come see her, let's go talk to her.
Let's talk it over for a second, because I know Gale ain't too thrilled about the idea, and he's away from his keyboard.
We should do it while he's away from the keyboard.
It's the only chance.
This is the most pragmatic. No. He did say that he
Gale
was
just comes out of his workshop and finds
Dragons all over the ship.
both boats parked in like a dragon's den.
Yeah.
We can't do that to him.
We only really need the dragon to lift this ship and put it in the ocean and nothing more, right?
That's
You're all
we really,
dicks. I refuse.
That's all we really need. But
Hey, I was saying we shouldn't do it.
I mean, Gale, I trust your judgment on this. I never met a dragon except the ones we met together, and they all been bastards. But this one, I mean, they said that she doesn't like
The other dragons.
and she left because of Ozadirith. It could be she could be a friend or an ally, but if you don't trust him, then I trust you.
She could also just be an angry ex.
She could.
Still,
Your ADAB personality is very becoming. All
Angry
dragons
Axe
are
would still be
bastards.
useful to us if she's willing to fight with us. But that's just my 2 cents. I know as we got her kid here, and I think that any mama would done lost their kid and gets him back, be grateful. Even if it weren't for the Ozadir thing. But that might be just enough to get us the favor of carrying a ship to an ocean, and then we can part ways.
One can consider this an experiment as well.
Can I do an insight check on Gale as we're discussing these dragons? What sort of emotions that inspires in him?
Sure.
I think I know, but let's find out.
As he fidgets with the dragon slayer. 19.
He's hard to read, but which is rare for him. But he definitely seems conflicted by it because he can understand the pragmatic angle, but then there's a lot of distrust there that is going to be pretty hard to break down.
I was away from the keyboard, but I would also like to make an insight check.
Go for it.
I mean, the minimum I can roll is a 21.
Roll anyway.
Damn it.
21 it is.
You can just whisper it to me if you want. But I mean, if it's like important, but I figured it was probably what we kind of knew.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. He's not a very good liar to begin with. You probably just can tell that there's definitely a heavy level of distrust, but he's also pretty tired and just kind of wants to get away from this place. And is leaning towards whatever would allow us to do that fastest. To be honest, I've had my fair share of experiments and I'm pretty tired of them. Let's just get this kid back to his mom and get out of here before anyone else finds us.
We are out in the open. Where did we crash land, by the way?
It would be a little bit off of this map, but it would be on the south side of this valley, kind of over this way.
Hey, look, the neck skirt's still here.
It sure is.
Oh yeah. Why did I draw that?
to explain what a neck skirt is.
Why was I talking about neck skirts though?
I think we were making a headdress for the chief because we were originally going
Hmm.
to trade it to him for the ship before everything went
Yeah.
insane.
Before it turned out he was xenophobic as heck.
Mostly just super religious.
Not too. Well, they could be intertwined sometimes.
True.
Yeah, they go hand in hand.
I don't think these people are xenophobic.
Yeah,
Does it
just
count as
their
xenophobic
religion.
if it's just every single person that isn't from your island? I guess that is xenophobic.
Yeah,
It
it's
is kind of
pretty
the
xenophobic.
definition.
Definition of xenophobic.
Yeah, yeah, it is. They're definitely
You're not from
xenophobic.
around here. We don't like you.
Even your things are gross. We will send them to the pits of hell. Sorry, purgatory.
On that note, I ain't real inclined to leave the ship sitting here and to go talk to Alisana. Because
Yeah,
I suspect it'll
Alexina.
take the lizard folk long to find it. So maybe a
Shall
couple
we
of us
leave?
stay and keep an eye on it. I can't
Yeah.
talk dragon talk anyway, so I can watch it.
Vasu can, but maybe Vasu should stay with Gale. I can speak into the mind, but that is about it.
Would it be crazy
Oh, I'm really
to
good
just
at talking
have,
to people. Come on, let me come along.
It'd be crazy to have Rax just bring his mama here? Or what's that?
Rax can speak common now that I think about it.
I think he's only
No?
been speaking Draconic.
Oh, it's been speaking
Yeah,
Draconic.
I've been translating.
Well, I do not know what will happen if we have Rax go there and bring her here. It might seem more, what is the word? Benevolent
What's the
to
orcish
escort.
word for benevolent?
Good.
Good, yeah.
Not. I'm still against this, but if we're going to do it, I think it would be better to have Rex go on his own. I think that she may feel threatened if her lair was revealed to outsiders, regardless of our intent.
That is fair.
That and there's some giant birds on that mountain that might eat us.
Yes, that's quite wise. Though now that I think about it, will it be safe for Rex?
I
Considering
mean,
how
his
big the-
brother was flying around.
He's also a dragon, and he's tended to his wounds. It
Yeah.
may be worthwhile to just write a letter that he can take.
Yeah. I could send to his brother, Patromaxis, to say, tell your mother your brother is safe.
I would hate for you to spend any more of your magic, no
Yeah,
dude.
that
You
and
look like shit.
I might
That-
actually cup up blood.
that and not to say this rudely, but he was kind of a young dragon, and we may not want to play that telephone game. He may miss a few words or something, and misconstrue what we say.
It is true.
Very easily to go from your brother is safe to your brother is safe, and it's a threat or something.
It's met us before. I have a feeling she knows that this one is missing.
I think Gale knows dragons best, and if he thinks that Rax should go back by himself,
Shall
I'm
we
with
ask
Gale.
Rax if he is okay traversing this land? Is this his home?
I reckon so.
Rax, you know this land, right? You will be safe traveling back?
What? Of course, yeah.
It is simply that the last time you were captured by lizard folk and sent to purgatory.
Yeah. Listen, I just got a little careless. I left the fog for longer than I was supposed to.
The fog, alright.
What's
be
the fog?
This fog.
Yeah, all this
There's just
mist.
fog everywhere.
Thick fog.
Most things can't really see very well in the fog, and I can see really good in the fog. I can almost
Is this
see for miles.
the thing that is normal to your kind?
I'm pretty sure all dragons can do it. At least all the dragons I know.
I will add that to my notes. Fog cloud will not work.
I only know like 2 dragons, so maybe it's not. But I don't know. I can. It's like
Fog cloud will not work against blue dragons? Question mark in Qualith.
I don't know. I can just kind of close my eyes and feel it.
A sense that the rest of us do not have. If anyone here has a sixth sense, please speak up now. I wish to note it.
I mean, I can see magic. Does that count?
That is a good one. Note it down. But yes, do please go home. Be safe. Mention that we might require some assistance here.
Oh, okay. All right. You want me to do that right now?
If you are willing.
Sure, of course. Honestly, I'm a little hungry, so home sounds real nice. Um, I'll probably be back since it sounds like you guys all need help, but just in case, be safe or whatever. Don't wander too far.
We cannot move from here, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that's a
Touche.
pretty good point. All right, I'll see what I can do. And with that, he kind of like hunches down on his back legs and then takes a leap up into the air. He does a quick glancing dart left to right, and then flies up into the fog. In almost the instant that he hits the cover of this rolling fog, it's just like he vanishes from sight almost. He disappears almost immediately, just enshrouded in mist. And for some time, everything goes quiet.
Gale, does Ozudirth have the ability to disappear into mist?
I don't know.
Give me a history check or an arcana check, I guess. Either one. Nothing like that you've heard of. There's a lot of legend surrounding Ozudirth and the things that he's capable of doing. You would know that he's very adept at kind of moving around and hiding in the dark. There's a lot of people that kind of seem to believe that while he's in the dark, he can almost just kind of skitter as if he was a shadow. Likewise,
Like Ace!
there's a lot of people that kind of believe that he can swim through swampy earth as if it was water. But nobody's ever mentioned anything about like being able to disappear into mist or fog or anything like that.
I haven't heard of anything like that. He's good in the dark. That's about it.
Dark. He seems pensive. He's holding his orb, and you can see his fingers tracing stuff on it, like he's making notes.
It's only a short time later, maybe about 9 or 10 minutes, when there seems to be a big cloud that rolls over and blocks out some of the sun. Everything suddenly gets very dark. But as you kind of turn and look in that direction, you find instead, nearly silently, until it is very close, a shape that is emerging from the fog and lowering itself down towards all of you. There is a smaller shape that emerges first, Rex and Prandi, kind of bursts free from the fog and then lands, excited and bouncing, right next to all of you guys. But then following right behind him is just the massive wingspan of an ancient, time-old dragon. White and gray and little bits of blue and cerulean in this kind of lizard-like striped pattern. All of which is kind of just weary and worn with time. You can see that there are just countless scars all over the side of this thing, and the shoulders and the neck. Some of which look like they came from other large creatures. You can see claw marks and scratches that line up with bite. But then you can also see large impacts that look like potentially fire or acid burn, just weapons of innumerable number and type and variety. This dragon has clearly seen a tremendous amount of battle, probably war. It is also enormous. Wingspan, it is several hundred feet wide. It towers above all of you and has to almost just kind of crush trees under its feet as it finds a place to rest once it breaks free of the fog. And although it does
Bigger
so,
than a rock?
it is much bigger than a rock.
Holy
Yeah, the
heck.
baby said that they were eating rocks.
Yeah, holy heck.
Gale, this is about the size of Azadirith. It is a truly enormous creature. Absolutely massive. Just from the tip of its nose to about its the back of its head is probably about maybe 40 feet or so. And it towers over all of you, almost towering over the mountain itself. But as quickly and quietly for its size, although it still makes a tremendous amount of noise as trees are crushed under its weight and animals flee. It just kind of begins to sit patiently and calmly and spread its wings around all of you as if it was to provide some sort of a shield or cover. And it lowers its head down towards all of you. And you can see that both of its eyes are just completely glassed over. One of which has a massive scar that runs from the middle of its forehead down its cheek and across the side of its jawline. And that eye you can see is actually severely damaged and kind of squinted shut. You can see that there is just scar tissue that is built up over it, rendering it completely useless. The other is just as blind, although it appears to be with ancient old age rather than an injury. But it has kind of got this just like cloudy glass look to it. Probably not able to see very well, if at all, out of it. Although you do see the tall, thin slit of a dragon's pupil behind it. And it looks down towards all of you silently, with as pleasant and neutral a face as you think this enormous towering dragon with sharp teeth could make. And quietly, in this low, rumbling, kind of draconic, slithering voice that comes out as a whisper for something as large as this, but still booming to all of you, it says, "I understand that you saved my son. Is this true?"
This is true.
"I appreciate your intervention. This place is not safe for you. What brings you here?"
Duty. Obligations.
"My son tells me you need help getting free of this place. Or at least to the sea." It is in Draconic, yep.
We do. A can you speak common? My friends, most of them cannot speak Draconic.
Kind of looking over and past you, kind of gazing side to side, although it's not clear whether her eyes are actually making contact with anything or if she's using some other sense. She does eventually give just a bit of a curl of a smile and then a nod. "My common is not good, but yes, I can try."
Their common is conversational. Hello, you are Alexena?
Alexena, yes.
Alexena. We have heard of you from your other child, Patramaxus.
He mentioned outsiders gave him a gift. I thought perhaps he was simply being silly, but it seems to be true.
I heard that dragons like gemstones. Is this incorrect?
Mm, dragons like many things. Each dragon typically chooses something to hoard at a young age. I don't think any would say no to gems or coins, but he has not decided his hoard yet. I'm not sure if it will be gems.
Excellent. Have I broken the proverbial ice?
I don't understand what.
A social concept to begin conversations is to start talking about something personal, but not too personal.
I see. Um,
Maybe
my
we
birthday is in about 3 months.
Oh, happy birthday in advance.
Have
Happy three
I
quarters birthday.
broken the ice?
The ice is sufficiently broken.
Good.
My name is Nomad.
It is good to meet you, Nomad. Thank you for helping my
The ice
child.
is now a cool, comfortable drink of water. Hi, I'm Vasu. Nice to meet you.
It's good to meet you as well.
This
Do
one is
we
fluent in Draconic.
break the ice for each person, or is it only the once?
Once is good.
Okay.
It's okay, this one is female. I don't think Vasu's into
Nah, she's a little too big for me, too.
All right.
Nordo will kind of step forward a little bit.
I don't say that out loud.
Like you can call me Nordo. I don't speak a whole lot of common either, so maybe I can get you to the meat and potatoes of the matter. If you don't mind, this here ship can't fly no more, and we're just trying to get it back to the ocean. We were hoping maybe something Zach could help us with.
I could easily help fly it to the shore, yes, if that is what you all desire. It's the least I can do for helping my child.
And if you don't mind my saying, we heard from Rax that y'all ain't big fans of the Dragon's Back and Korax. Is that right?
You can almost feel the earth kind of shift its weight as she begins to kind of lie on her side, but then she haunches her front arms up and pulls her head back. And she kind of just looks around and over the valley, then back down at you from a higher distance, deeper up. Um, and then eventually brings her head back down low one more time. I don't like to talk much about Korax. There were many dangers and mistakes happened there. But yes, this place is our new home. A safer place. A cleaner place.
Well, I won't impose none. We don't want to make you talk about something you don't like talking about, but it happens we might have some business with Korax and, well, maybe with dragon called Ozadirith, if you know him.
I am very familiar with Ostirith, yes. You've helped me and my family. Twice now, it seems. Although one a little more significant than the other. I'd be happy to speak, briefly. I can help answer some questions. If you have business with him, then I assume you are in some deal of trouble. That he has continued to spread his invasion.
invasion.
Dominance, spread of an empire, whatever you wish to call it. He seeks to make what is left of the world his own.
Well, this is unacceptable.
We are in a little bit of trouble here and there, but if we have our way, he'll be the one in trouble before it's all said and done.
I have some faith in your kind. I've seen how you fight. I've seen how you can collect yourselves, how you can cooperate in enormous numbers and with enormous and tremendous coordination. You and your kind put up quite a fight in Korax. We suffered many losses.
afraid I don't know a whole lot of history. Could you tell me what happened there?
She kind of brings her head back up a little bit and eventually kind of motions for Rex and Prandi to stay close as he's starting to wander off chasing some giant beetle that is about 2 times his size, without even
Oh
the
my god.
slightest fear of death. But eventually she says, Ozydirith is one of the children of Ozymandias, one of our most powerful, in fact, perhaps still our most powerful and oldest. His goal, simply put, is to make sure that he and his ilk are the most powerful things on this planet. And each time some new underling, some new civilization discovers secrets beyond their power, he snuffs them out carefully and cautiously and takes them for his own. Your kind had discovered some great magics in Korax, and he sought to have them, so he organized an invasion and took them for himself. If you are all in trouble with him once again, then it sounds like you may have stumbled on something else of great worth. He's a hoarder of power, a dangerous and immaterial thing for anyone to hoard, but especially dangerous for a dragon of his magnitude and strength.
How long ago was it that you came here?
Oh, only the blink of an eye in your scale. Maybe 20, 30 years or so. We've remained hidden that time.
Are you stuck here on account of the lizard folk and their stuff with the sea swallowing people up, or you stay here because you want to be here?
I stay here because it is quiet and solitary, and I'm not forced to kill that which cannot defend itself properly. The lizard folk are vaguely aware of me, but they leave me alone, knowing that they could do nothing against me even if they wanted. And I have no qualms with them, so long as they do not harm me or my children. Although after this, she kind of looks down to Rex and Brandy, perhaps I should get a little more directly involved. I don't like the incessant and rampant killing. I don't think it befits us. I think it is beneath us. I think it is a petty and dangerous thing for any dragon to hoard.
I too disapprove of genocide.
All the same, he is one of the largest of Ozymandias' children, and I'm sure you've learned by now that when you mess with a dragon's child, you get the teeth of its mother. I wouldn't want to invoke that ire for any reason.
Understandable. You won't annihilate those lizard folk, would you?
Not over this. What they did was an accident. They have not been given warning that I am here or that my children are here. I have warned Rex and Prandi not to go over there, and she kind of like gives a stern look, and he like tucks his tail between his legs and starts sulking back. But they are not at fault for doing what they have always done. They've grown up around these large, titanic creatures their whole lives. They probably thought no different of him than some overgrown salamander.
You are far more patient and forgiving than I could imagine. It is humbling.
It was not always so, but I suppose it is nice to hear that. My days of war are behind me. I'll do what is necessary to defend myself and my children and my brood, but that is all.
Nora will kind of quietly whisper to Gale, Say I can't imagine it's real easy for you to talk to her, but anything you want me to ask for you? Anything you need to know?
Does she know where Ozymandias is?
Nord will like try to be subtle and not go straight from whispering to Gale to asking a question. he's real bad at deception, so it might not be that great. He'll say, "This Ozymandias, I think we know where Ozymandias is, but where's Ozymandias?"
Give me, just to make it official, either like deception or performance.
I think they're the same.
Yeah, same thing.
Is to
God,
wipe out.
God bless appropriate net 20. There is a deep inhale and a sound that, if not for the context of this peaceful conversation, could almost be mistaken for a dragon rearing up to unleash a breath. Just this big, deep inhale. And then as it comes back down and as she lowers her head again, there's kind of just a trembling, deep, guttural laugh beneath her breath. Just this as she kind of brings the head back down. And she brings it right down in front of Nordo and Gale and says, "So you were the one that would raise your hand against him?" Looking at Gale. "I admire that."
I mean, I think we're all kind of on board with that by this point, and I'm going to step up behind Gale and
Yeah,
look
say,
as on board for it and confident as I can with.
Where Gale leads, we will follow. Sometimes.
My issues with Ozydirith alone. But if Ozymandias stands in the way of that, I have issue with him as well.
I fear that he might become your problem if you do try to temper the wrath of Ozydirith. You have made good friends here. You're a good leader. You and your kind embody perhaps what is the best about your kind, all of you. The ability to come together as one, working together with many. Did he do this to you? And although she can't really point, she does look kind of directly at the leg and the eye.
Her cataract throbs toward the general director.
He kind of shuffles behind Nordo a little bit, but nods.
I can practically smell the weave within you. That does not surprise me. Did you once have wings?
Kind of winces and nods again.
I see. Your vengeance is righteous. I don't believe that it is misplaced. I believe that he deserves everything that you wish to bring against him. Ozymandias is probably remaining in his lair on Korax. Perhaps you will not get involved, or at least not immediately. Although if you do slay his child, I would expect him to come for you sooner or later. If not for you, then for the people that worked with you, the people that you care for. With that said, perhaps it is time for somebody to finally put an end to his reign.
Do you know if he has any weaknesses? Or just what he's hoping to accomplish?
Ultimately, He seeks what we all seek, survival, although he tends to do that through control, through fear. Anything that rises against him, he squashes. Anything that serves, he allows to live. Even his own children treat him so. He has killed more of his own brood than I think any of the outsider forces have. Physically, his weaknesses are, I suppose, no different than any other large and sufficiently ancient dragon. He has nearly impenetrable skin. He can breathe a foul darkness that clouds the mind and almost immediately shuts it down. He can fly faster than almost any other creature. He can see with pristine clarity through almost any obscurity. That was lowercase. Yeah.
I was just kidding, but
Could
thanks.
you read the part about him having a mental defense shutting down? What was this?
She said that he can breathe a toxin that seems to shut the mind down, locks it down.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh no.
If you were
My
looking
mind.
for a weakness in combat, I believe the answer is going to be to seal yourselves as mightily as you can, find as many allies as you can, and overwhelm him. But he does
Now,
have other
just-
weaknesses, more metaphysical. His lust for power, his pride, to some degree his greed may be exploited, although he is not stupid. He is wise. He does value his life over any of his horde.
Just
Nice.
hypothetically speaking, when you say he breathes a toxin, do you mean that toxin might be like a poison or a disease?
It's my understanding that it affects the biology of creatures that breathe it, yes. If that does not suffice, he can also do the old-fashioned fire.
Can I insight check her to see if she said anything to us that may have not been truthful or misleading?
Sure. 25, she seems to be pretty forthright with you. The only thing that really stands out with the 25 to you is that she is maybe a little more excited about the thought of Ozzy getting some comeuppance than she lets on.
Gotcha. Second thing, because I know that Yule's not here, so maybe I can't do this, but is Yule with us?
Yule's waiting on the ship.
She canonically was down in Purgatory with us
Yeah.
briefly, so
Yeah, she's on the ship. She
Because-
is here nearby, but she's not currently
Yeah.
part of this conversation. We'll say she's
Gotcha.
hiding inside
Because
the ship.
honestly, what I wanted to do, I wanted to do an insight check to see if there's any recognition between the two of them. But I'm assuming since she's not playing.
Go and give me. We'll say that you can see that she's peeking through the kitchen windows of the Crescent King. Give me an insight check. And also, one more thing with that 25. You would have noticed that there was a bit of not just malice or pity, but also a little bit of sorrow when she mentioned that Ozymandias had killed his own children.
Oh.
Mm.
I wonder if it were hers. Was she his lover?
I mean, I kind of had a feeling, but I was.
Dragon Juliet.
It's the lowest it can be is a 21. So 21.
21. Yule isn't. Yule's very hard to read. It's hard to get a good read. She's kind of doing the stern grandma look, the disapproving, just a grumpy face out the window, like, oh, those kids again.
Does she seem to notice Yule? And does she have recognition? Because she has blind sight, I'm assuming. So
she seems aware of all of you, but doesn't seem to react strongly to the presence of Yule.
Gotcha.
She sees Yule and then looks down at her claw where there's a frying pan shaped scar.
Right.
She just touches the scar on her eye.
That's the bitch what threw hot sauce in my eye.
Yeah, pretty much that.
the simmering, and I imagine the entire time she's mixing something in the pot.
Question, real quick. What
I
color?
imagine she just carries a rocking chair and sewing needles with her everywhere she goes. Sorry.
You're fine. What color dragon did you say Azadirith was, or did Gale tell us that she was?
Green.
Green. And what color is this dragon?
White blue.
Kind of a whitish blue. You imagine
And
she
what,
was probably fully blue at some point, but like her scales have just gone white with age.
and what about her babies? The two
Uh,
babies we've seen.
Same deal, kind of a light blue. Kind of cerulean-ish, light blue, sky blue.
Or no.
I don't know enough about dragon, genealogy and all that stuff.
It's
Okay.
fascinating. You don't normally get to ask questions of dragons. They're
How do your phenotypes work? No, that's all.
their civilization is pretty neat.
Yeah.
Unprompted, before you guys ask any more questions, she's going to turn her head back to Gale real quick. The fact that you have survived all of this is intriguing, not only to me, but I assume to him as well. I don't fully understand his research, but I know that he was looking for creatures who could successfully host the power of these magic stones to integrate them. The magic of the weave directly implanted into the magic of life. I know that there were many different angles that he was trying to approach. The angle of pure, sheer biological resilience, implanting them into some of the strongest creatures that he knew, other dragons. But I also know that he sought an alternative angle, one that sought to replace a gap in creatures that had been given voids, disconnects between themselves and the weave. Your kind and a few others have a distinct missing link between yourselves and the weave and the gods that are formed within the weave. It is possible that he has found some trait within you that is valuable to him. I don't understand it, I couldn't explain it, but perhaps this very gap, this strength that he has found in you, you might find in yourself, use it against him. If he has found a way to put magic within you, then that means that you have a connection that he seeks, something he wants and doesn't have. It might be important for overthrowing him. Just a thought.
Thank you. That does line up with his actions so far.
Can I make an insight check on her? And this might be a little bit like digging in too far to do with just a check. We've gotten the vibe, or at least Ace has, that she likes the idea of Ozymandias getting what he's owed. Does she want to come help us, or is it more like she hopes we succeed but has no interest and wants to stay here at this nice home she has?
With Ace's insight earlier, have you already rolled one, or have you?
I've not.
Go and give me one. With your 22 and his 25, it's a little hard to say. It's not immediately obvious from the conversation that you're having. Okay. She definitely is fond of the idea of somebody going to do it. It isn't clear whether she wants to be part of it or not.
Cool. Yeah, we're just making a point of not asking that, so I was hoping I could get it with insight.
Sure. As you guys are having this conversation, there is kind of just this pitter-patter of rain that begins to bounce off of the giant leaves of all the trees around you at the edges of this clearing. The sky does actually grow a little bit dark, even past the giant wings that have been furled around you in kind of a protective cocoon. And you can see that they begin to just kind of slide off of the leather of this dragon's skin, and bits of it begin to kind of sneak their way past and down onto all of you. And she lifts her head and looks to the sky and all around, and says, "If you have any more questions or if there's anything I can do to help, it has been pleasant to meet outsiders that I was not destined to kill. We could carry this conversation out if you have more questions. You may take respite within my lair if you need, or I can simply take your ship to the shore and set you on your way. But I don't
Now
think
that
we
I
should stay in the open in the rain."
now that I think about it, we have no method of taking Leah's ship with us yet. Maybe we should leave it
Just as a
in
gift.
sort of in her lair and come back for it then.
It'll be a playground. It'll be a little playground set for like her kids.
Safer there
Would,
than out with the lizard, that's for sure. Or in the sea where the mother is and the aberrations are.
I think that
Would
makes sense.
the ship fit in your lair?
Oh, certainly.
I hope it
And
isn't imposing too much. Would it be all right if we left it there for a while and maybe came back for it another time?
I think that that would be fantastic. And in fact, well, I think it would be very fitting.
What's that supposed to mean?
collect boats. Is that your hoard?
She has like giant bottles. She just like puts boats inside of. She builds like full size boats in bottles.
That is nerdy and really cute.
She does kind of like shoot a little bit of a smile towards Ace, and the two glazed over eyes kind of stare a little bit over and past, but in your direction when you say that.
We'd want it back, just to be clear.
I understand. I would keep it separate. I'm no fool. I understand the value of life exceeds that of loot.
We would be
Little bear.
we'd be much obliged. I think we all could use a little rest, and I don't know. Can I make another separate insight check on Gale to see his reaction when being asked to sleep in a dragon lair?
Yeah, he went from like iffy to real not okay.
Okay.
But also, he's the only one. He's probably the odd man out, so he'll defer to the
I
group.
think we'll take you up on the keeping the ship there at least, and then maybe we'll talk about where we want to rest afterward.
I want to stay in a dragon lair.
Yeah, it would be nice to learn more about their culture.
Still, might not be the best place for all of us.
It's probably the safest place. We'd have to worry about being ambushed.
Nordo is once again so bad at being subtle, so he's
Right.
like, maybe it's not the best place for all of us. Like, nods his head towards Gale.
One conscientious party member and 6 assholes.
No man, it's just like I do not understand. It is the perfect place for all of us. Oh, emotionally.
Alright. As you wish. If you want to hop aboard, I can guide you all to my lair, and then you're free to stay if you'd like, or leave if you are in a hurry. I assume that you are all very busy trying to deal with all of these problems.
Would I visit your lair on my own, if need be? This is a fascinating subject.
I want to go too.
Let's go. We are both anthropologists.
I mean, I kind of want to check it out too. Not gonna lie.
It would be unfair to keep us.
Split the party.
To do that 24-hour thing so that we can just communicate with them willy-nilly.
Alright. She kind of rises to her feet again, and with one of her front arms, is able to kind of like grab Leah's ship and just kind of hold it in place. And she says that if anybody wants to come with, to be shown the lair, to hop on Leah's ship, and she will fly you all over there. She says she can bring the other ship as well if you'd like, or you can
Oh, that
try
one's
to.
trick.
You can try to tail behind. She does mention it is nearly impossible to navigate these mists as we approach. You will hardly be able to see more than your hand in front of your face, let alone me ahead of your ship.
That one fits inside a bottle anyways. We're all set on that account.
Oh, delightful. That is, I do.
Was
If
I
you ever-
right? Did she actually like ships and bottles?
If you-
I was right.
If you ever wish to barter, I would love something like that in my collection.
Probably outlive all of us, so maybe write it in the will.
I now want a one shot where Philo hears about this dragon who hoards cool magical ships, and I go to try to
Find
fight
Philo
it, and
in
I
the
die in
cave.
the process.
We find Philo's skeleton in the cave.
Or you just find a drunken knoll poorly raising two dragons as uncles as I clean all of these ships as part of a bargain. Hey, don't kill me if I just clean all your ships too. I just want to look at them and touch them. That sounds like a Philo
For
thing to do.
1,000 years.
Or however long Philo lives.
So, but you ever seen those car collections some rich people have?
I get on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get
Yeah, as I say, I figure I'll go with the ship and then go from there.
what this is like.
All right, you guys all hop onto the ship, and then everything lurches back as you are lifted off of the mountain and hoisted up towards the mist at somewhat alarming speed, just moving rapidly, although she does her best to keep things steady. And as you guys are carried up into the mist, your vision begins to grow narrower and narrower as this just fog gets denser and denser and denser, until eventually you can barely see the tips of your fingers if you reach out in front of you. Even inside, it seems to permeate to some degree, although it does lessen the amount of fog that gets in at least a little bit. Until eventually, everything comes to a stop. You can feel that the dragon has kind of landed with a thunk on something. It appears to be kind of a hard, rocky surface, perhaps. And then you can just tell kind of audibly, although you can barely see anything, that you have entered some sort of a large cavern or an opening in the side of a mountain, perhaps. Just kind of a place where the light begins to darken and your voices begin to echo a little bit. But there's so much dense fog that you cannot really see much of anything. At this point, you do hear a booming voice in Draconic and then again in Common when she realizes or remembers that you don't all speak it. It says, I would stay inside or at least hold on to something for this next part. It will be a little wet. And then she begins to breach through what appears to be just sort of this raging waterfall. You can see the sound of, or you can hear the sound of water splashing down. And then it begins to kind of spray off of her back and her head as she pushes through. And then across the surface of the ship, you can feel the whole thing is kind of getting pulled downwards by the torrent of water as she kind of pushes through, although it's held in place by her hand. And then, finally, as you breach through the other side of the waterfall, apart from a little bit of mist that kind of, spills into this cavern from the waterfall itself, most of the fog no longer is able to breach through. And you can see what is essentially just a very large open cavern, lit by several veins of this just gleaming white stillstone that kind of forms these cracks and veins and ores all around the sides of this cavern. And it goes down into a little bit of a pool. There's a gathering, or like a little lake or whatever, probably about 40 feet in diameter. But then you can see that just strewn all around this enormous cavern are, as Ace guessed, ships, probably about 30 or 40, most of which appear to be damaged or shipwrecks, things that probably washed up on shore and were placed here. Although some of them appear to be in pretty good shape. You can see that they're pretty well kept, the ones that are not damaged. Some of them are actually in the water, but there's not enough room for all of them. A lot of them are just kind of kept up on the rocky floor of this cavern, illuminated by all the white still stone. And then there's a little bit of a clearing over to the east side of this cave, where you can see what appears to be kind of just a sleeping place. It is where the Patromaxis is waiting, a little bit curled up. And you can see that Patromaxis is sitting over just a little gaggle of maybe 10 to 15 just itty bitty bitty baby dragons, probably each about the size of a house cat. They can barely crawl, their eyes are still closed, they've got that kind of like ugly newborn look where their eyeballs are like bulging out like little baby chickens, just looking out over this collection of tiny, tiny little baby dragons.
Or smaller dragons?
I didn't realize you were an admiral. Looks at all the ships.
Oh, a Commodore is probably
Oh.
more appropriate because I don't let anybody else take any of these. But for the time being, we'll sit this one right here. And she lowers the ship down, kind of in a convenient spot where it's propped up against the wall but doesn't cause any sort of damage or scraping, and it's going to be stable. And with that, you're all able to kind of move around as you see fit and climb out if you need to.
As she's,
Little one.
as she's setting it down, I'll look at Leah and be like, I suppose this is a little late now, but you okay with this? You good leaving your ship here?
It seems
Leah.
safer than pretty much anywhere else that it could be, I suppose. At least until we get an elemental to power it back up.
Yeah, hopefully we can do that, or maybe a little dragon can put together a new engine for us. We won't need an elemental. We'll see how it works.
Worst comes to worst, I guess it's in good hands. Hands that'll take care of it. And it is at this point, actually, that Alexshana kind of brings her head down towards the ship and towards you and towards Leah and says, "Oh, this was your ship. Oh, can you tell me about it? What is its name? What did it do?" And Leah is kind of like, "Oh, this was the Black Zephyr. It was an SLCC ship." And just kind of immediately begins to give just like stories of the ship and the things that it could do. And Alexshana kind of hunches down and curls up a little bit and listens just with delight as she kind of tells different stories about the ship and the things that it's been through. Norda, what's up?
That was just that.
Okay.
I just forgot to get that in earlier.
Gotcha.
How old do these babies look?
Like on just a general animal scale, newborn. For a dragon, it could be a couple of years, maybe.
Does it look like there's any signs of other adult dragons around here?
Are they all Earth?
Give me investigation or survival.
I'm gonna do your investigation because I'm not moving, so I get advantage.
Hell yeah.
Investigating. Can I ask Pat how he's been doing, and are these his little siblings?
Yeah. These are my little brothers and sisters. They don't have names yet. So we just got to keep track of them until we find out which ones survive and which ones don't, and then they can have names.
There is a low survival rate? What is it?
It's typically pretty okay. It would be lower if we were in a more dangerous place, or if we didn't have enough food, or other things like that. But I think that they're all going to survive, because I'm taking real good care of them. I call this one number 1, and I call this one number 2. This one is number 3, and this one is number 4. And just kind of goes
Can
down
you
the
tell
line.
them apart?
Oh, it's easy. Number 1 has a little mark that's the shape of an L on its cheek, right here. Number 2, if you put your finger just like this, and you watch as this tiny little newborn dragon kind of rears its head back and then clamps down. It bites. And look, one of its teeth is backwards. See? That one. And he just goes through all of these and kind of gives his recollection of all of these 12. About halfway through, he's like, "Oh, wait, no, hang on. I think this one was number 2. No, because of the teeth. And maybe that was 4? No, that was 6. No, you know what? It doesn't really matter. It's they'll get names eventually." Ace with a 25 on investigation. There's no immediate signs of another dragon. Um, in fact, it would be, you almost imagine it would be kind of difficult for another, like, dragon of her size to fit in here. There's an area that's been cleared off to the east side of the cavern where she can kind of curl up, and it is almost, like, just the right size for her and the kids to kind of, like, curl up around her shoulder or her neck or whatever. But, like, there's no way you could easily or comfortably fit another dragon in here with all these ships in the way.
Gotcha. What is it Praxis? Is that his name?
Petra,
Petra
going
makes
back.
Yeah. How does he react when he sees his long lost brother?
Yeah, eventually when he comes in, with his tail between his legs and, look, kind of beat up still, actually. He's still got some acid burns across his side. There's no initial, like, overjoyed reaction, but you also do know that Rex and Prandy, like, came back and talked to them a few minutes ago before summoning Alex Shane.
Oh, that's right.
He was also only gone for like 24 hours.
Yeah, that too. With that said, they do, like, eventually get to talking, and you can see that Pat kind of starts, like, poking fun at Rax for leaving and doing stupid things. It's like, I knew you shouldn't have done it. I told you. That's why I went back to get Mom. And they start, yelling at each other and eventually get into a bit of a fight, which Rax would very handily win if he, didn't kind of ease up because Pat is about half his size.
Pat's smaller.
Does it kind of seem like one dragon from each brood is what survives?
Um,
You said it's like half the size, so I'm assuming there's like an age difference between the two.
There's definitely an age difference between these two. You could give me a dragon check of some sort, history or arcana, maybe nature.
I can do that.
Yeah, go.
I will do Arcana. Magical creatures.
Ace, you would know of at least a few accounts of dragons that have had multiple children from brood survive, and there's usually a very close kinship between the ones that do. In fact, you've heard stories of at least 5 or 6 that all survived from the same brood. Nomad, you would understand that typically there is a low survival rate just because they're a little bit hard to protect, and a lot of the time dragons aren't terribly great parents. At least not until the little whelps become old enough to get a name and, like, develop a little bit of a personality. I
step on them, for example.
Yeah, I can't think of a great way to say it except that, like, until they get a little older and have some names, like, sometimes they just die and that's okay.
Proportion.
Yeah, it's not
They're
necessarily
already
that
kind
they.
of walking around.
Yeah,
So when they communicate and have a personality, they're kind of nothing.
kind of, sort of, yeah. They don't really treat them like people until they're old enough to, like, speak and have thoughts and basically be people.
I
And
have one.
then after a while, they treat them like dragons. After they treat them like people.
I adopt one.
Can we have one of your baby? No, I'm kidding.
Can we have all 12 of your babies, though?
I miss Burgle. I need to get him a brother or sister.
I'm sure by the time that we died of old age, they'd finally be like, Nordo sized.
Baby.
It's finally a toddler after we've died. I don't know anything about dragon ages. Well, we should rest. The sooner we're rested, the better. What day is it? Friday?
I think it's Friday.
It is.
Yeah. I get my spells back on Sunday, the 6th and 7th.
We might need to go to the moon tomorrow.
The moon.
That's how we're getting to Firebird's Roost. Haven't ironed out those logistics yet.
Yeah. Ace, did you have something else with your hand, or did that cover it? He's dead. He went to go get food, probably.
Goodbye.
No, wait, he was already doing that. Looking it over, there is a pretty impressive collection of ships here. You do notice that although a couple of them just appear to be kind of like shipwrecked that have been restored, the shipwrecked ones are actually still pretty nice ships. It seems that they were kept because they were nice ships, even though they were in wrecked condition. and not just because she keeps a collection of every ship she can get her hands on. Of the ones that are intact, you do see that there are a couple of SSLC ships. Not all of them are sailing ships. Some of them are airships. You can see that there are probably 3. There's one very, very large one, and then a couple of smaller airships. But then the rest of them, there's one that is like almost entirely black. It's got kind of these skull motifs carved into the sides of it. You can see that there is one that is gilded. The entire front side of it has just this ornate golden filigree all across the bow, and the kind of the it's just decorated all over with it to look real pretty. Yeah, there's just a bunch of really cool looking ships.
Does she only have ships?
It's the only thing other than, baby eggs. Actually, you know what? You would see that there are a couple piles of just kind of mundane treasure that she has around.
Gotcha.
Golden gems and things like that.
Are there only the baby dragons, or are there actually eggs too?
You do not see any signs of eggs, no.
Okay.
When Leah is done with her stories, which is probably way later on, Nomad asks Alexena, so you mentioned Korax. Um, do you know much about the Crosswinds?
I... And she kind of squints a little bit, tilts her head to the side, and kind of peers at you and past you and to everyone else. I had wondered. I don't, truthfully, want to have any part of that. Not necessarily because I believe it should be kept secret, as Ozzy and his children do, but because I know that to speak of it would put me in danger. It would put me at odds with him. And at this point, all I truly hope to do is to live out the rest of my days in peace and see my children grow up in a world that is safer for them.
Nomad nods. So he's related to it. We have to deal with him at some point, I guess.
I suppose by telling you anything, by even acknowledging their existence, I have already made myself an enemy of him. I do ask that you...
We don't need to mention you.
Thank you. That's what I was worried of. I know that he wishes for nobody to know about them aside from him and his ilk, his brood and the dragons that he trusts very closely. I don't know how much he knows about them. I don't know what he knows about their operation. I don't know whether he is able to interact with them in any way. But I do know that he is aware of them. He has been aware of some strange technology or magic that your people have developed, some ancient power. And being an ancient power, he seeks to control it and to not let any others know of its existence. That is all that I truthfully know about it, and even that is enough to have me killed, to have me exiled if I hadn't already done it myself.
Oh, we know far more than that. We'll speak no further of it. Don't worry. He will. Well, we don't intend to tell him anything about it. But any little advantage we have far too many enemies and not as many allies. I like to imagine, or based on our interactions, we have built somewhat of a correspondence. We are friends, yes?
Any two of you that have participated in all of this, give me persuasion checks.
I will give myself persuasion proficiency and do the second one.
I
was.
don't.
Let's use that for today.
I don't know if I would risk my lives for you. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but you have done me and my child a great favor, and it seems that we are on the same side of an opinion at least.
Oh,
I
I do not ask you to risk your life. I simply ask if we were friends.
we yes, we can be friends. I like the sound of that. To the
Good. Tell
extent
me
that it
more
can
about
be done
ships.
secretly.
Secret friend sounds forbidden. I
It
like
does
it.
add a certain flavor to it, doesn't it?
It does. I am learning lots, and I am feeling many things. Excitement. It it is as if the less magic I have, the more alive I feel. Also, I have difficulty breathing.
Do you?
It has been better, actually. Right? You mentioned, Feck,
It
that
did seem to be getting a little bit better, yeah. I would say, I mean, it's only really been a couple days, maybe a week.
what caused it to become better?
You're not sure. You just, over the course of a couple days, you've been feeling a little better.
Can I do a medicine check or arcana check or anything to figure out why it's getting better?
You can try, sure.
Which check?
Either one, they'll give you slightly different information.
Okay, I'll do. Can I do medicine int?
Sure.
25.
Like, sometimes things just get better over time. Sicknesses, things like that. Just kind of feels like it's slowly getting a little bit better. Again, there's not like a
Weird.
super measurable change. You feel you're either getting more accustomed to it, or it's just healing. It's a little hard to say.
It is difficult to say because this is a curse. I do not expect it to get better without preventative measures.
Uh-huh. That is noteworthy to you, I suppose, the fact that it does seem to be getting better, even though you've not done any sort of magic to remove it.
Hmm.
Uh, Gale, what's up?
Just while Nomad's talking, I'm gonna wander over to the dragon whelps.
As you wander over, God, even like the house cat-sized little whelps are still probably up to about your waist. But you do see
That's
that.
immediately what I was thinking. Is this like a killing youngling sort of moment? You walk over and pull out a lightsaber.
Is this your Anakin Skywalker?
Oh,
Totally
no.
starts tearing them to shreds.
What a terrible thought. I hate all of it.
Gale becomes
That would
Darth Zephyr.
immediately end with our death. Like, just
Yeah, that'd
angry
be a
mom
TPK
dragon.
right there. I think.
Yeah, I have a full 33 hit points currently. I just wander over and I just stare at them.
You do see that Pat
Stare at their ugly, wrinkled faces.
Pat kind of like does the thing where he encourages them to like, oh look, here comes somebody. Why don't you go say hi to them? And some of them do, and some of them don't because they're barely conscious. They're basically like
Yes,
vegetables at this point. But eventually he does kind of like nudge one, kind of not really roughly, but haphazardly, just like rolling one in your direction. Until there is this like
Immediately dies.
cat-sized dragon, eyes closed little newborn, just kind of like making cute little chirpy noises at your feet. And eventually it kind of like, looks up at you and it I don't know, it just kind of like makes squeaky little barks at you.
I just stare at it.
Pat immediately begins to resume his, or I guess repeat his naming of all of them and the features that set them all apart. And eventually he's like, you can, I don't know, have you ever, like, touched or, I guess we did, I don't know. You can pick it up if you're gentle.
That's okay.
Okay. I like to sing to them sometimes because sometimes they all squeak along when they hear it because they think it's feeding time.
Aw, can you give us a demonstration here? I'll play some music to go along with it.
Okay.
every within 60 feet singing my voice.
So what comes out is not like words or lyrics or anything like that, but just kind of this stuttered, syncopated but rhythmic, like barking whelp noise. Except it's in your voice instead of a dragon's mouth. So it's just like you kind of like.
I mean, I speak Draconic, so it probably doesn't still sound too awful. I
True.
don't know.
I guess what I'm getting at though is he's not actually singing in the traditional sense of singing a song. He's making like timed animal
Gotcha.
barks or guttural noises like an animal would do to be like it's feeding time or like wake up.
So it's like
time to go.
like a rhythm heaven game.
Yeah, kind of sorta.
So
Yeah.
with
I'm into
Bosco's voice, I imagine them all doing the Al Capone thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
No, that's a habit that every time these dragons get hungry, they're gonna go, yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Alternatively,
Where's the food?
if you imagine 13 Vasus
Hey, Ma!
giving their best Waluigi wah impression over and
Oh,
over.
no.
Mwah!
They do seem to get very agitated, and they kind of like all crowd around Pat like they're hungry and like Pat's got food or something like that. And eventually Alex looks over. It's like, Pat, do you have to? They just ate a few hours ago. He's like, oh, sorry, Mom. They wanted to see it. And he,
That's
tries
my
to.
fault, I'm sorry.
No,
And I'll
it's
put my food away very quickly.
it's quite all right. Then
Also, because I'm still playing when she looks over and speaks, it also probably comes out in my voice.
perfect.
Till I-
They eventually start to try to like settle them all down. After some time, they all kind of huddle into a big pile and fall asleep with their disgusting heads and necks all twisted in weird angles. And I don't know, newborn things are gross.
How do you feed baby dragons? They're not mammals, right?
Yeah, they eat meat. I'm assuming.
She regurgitated.
They're
Baby bird it.
they're
They're not birds. They're reptiles.
they're
Reptiles and birds are closely related.
They are.
there is a point where she does kind of she has to lift one of the ships up, and underneath the ship you can see that there's a collection of dead large bugs. And she kind of grabs this big old beetle that's about the size of I don't know, 4 watermelons. And she brings it over in front of all of them, and then she just kind of presses her finger down and rubs it a bit to turn it into this weird, mushy bug paste. And they all crowd around and they begin like slurping up the bug paste.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's real gross. Everything about everything is gross.
It's like canned baby food.
Yeah.
But bugs.
Legs every now and then.
For the older ones, she does actually set out what appears to be kind of just a giant rat. Although it's got these, it's like a jungle rat, so it's got like kind of that chinchilla look to it, with these weird ears. And, yeah, but it is like the size of a tiger, and it's been long dead. But she,
Holy heck! Size of a tiger.
yeah, like a tiger-sized chinchilla.
Aren't you glad we didn't stay in the forest?
It's a dangerous land out there. We like it.
Yeah, we were attacked by this crocodile thing, and then a bat came and ate it.
Crocotar.
Yeah.
The flying things are particularly dangerous for you and your kind. They seem to just come from nowhere. I would say that the mist helps them as much as it helps us, but I don't think that's quite the case. She gets like a little bit of
Very
a smirk.
difficult to collect materials from them.
Anyway, I should probably go on one last hunt for the night and then settle in to sleep. You are welcome to make yourself comfortable if you'd like. You may touch and board the ships if you want, but please don't take anything or damage anything. I trust you to be respectful.
Sure. Which one is your favorite of them? And why?
I'm actually kind of glad you asked. It's there was one that was gifted to me by the Come to think of it, I shouldn't endanger you too much. All the same, it would be that one. And she kind of motions over to a ship near the far side of the wall that is very dark in color. It has these kind of gleaming black sails. It just kind of looks like a sailing ship made of dark wood.
We are already in massive danger.
You do
May I
see,
explore it?
of course, be my guest.
What is the name on this ship?
As you head over there, you do see that written across the bow of the ship, on kind of this like metal plating, is the name Tidebreaker.
Right.
God damn it!
Oh no!
Feck, I need an explanation right fucking now.
Because Philo's been dead for 120 years.
It's been way
Oh,
longer
who
than
had
that.
gall to give it to a fucking dragon instead of burying him with it?
What a waste.
Oh,
That's what he would want.
He told you to wait. He'd have you bury a boat in the ground.
It's a tall
Yes.
task.
That's a really big hole. You'd need a dragon to
Or
dig
just like
the
a
hole.
Viking funeral.
Maybe someone like grave robbed
Burn
him.
the boat with him.
Mm.
Also, I took the boon that made Philo like not suffer from old age, so
Yeah.
if you're saying that he's
He's
still
still-
alive but gave this gift a dragon his coolest boat like out of free will, I'm also gonna call bullshit.
Or
don't
maybe he got a
suffer from
better
the
boat.
drawbacks of old age, but you can still die of it.
Yeah, you still die of old age. You just don't be old.
You're just sexy until you die.
and then you
Just leave a
rapidly
blue-
turn unsexy.
Does the
Either
name
way, I'm
Commodore Jujante?
very upset. I just want the record to show.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? All may be explained at some point, or maybe it's just a coincidence.
Does the
Maybe there's
name
another
Commodore?
boat called the Tidebreaker.
Yeah.
The Tidebreaker.
Yes.
Can I
But
go
if
look
we find
for
out
a
that there's
journal?
a secret room with a coconut scented bath and like a living crew of skeletal chairs, I'm gonna fucking leave this campaign.
As you're exploring, you do find that one of the most prominent features on the ship is that it has kind of a balcony on the back side of it that has several chairs that are seemingly affixed to the floor of it, that appear to be carved to look like skeletons. It's got these long bony hands that stick out where each of the armrests would be, and then a skull right in the back, right where the head of the headrest would be. And each one of them has a little name carved on the on the front of it. There's a
Telepathically to Miss Lady Alexina. Does the name Commodore Jujante mean anything to you? I figure someone who collects ships might know the names of the owners.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't recognize it.
That's fair. This is someone we knew, right? Jujante. It sounds
That's
familiar.
who Eridanus thought you were.
Right. Shame. I was him for a while. I too am a Commodore.
I see. I meant, well, I suppose meet is a strong word for it, but I knew of several very powerful and respectable commodores in your navy back during the war.
We had a navy? Like mind flayers or small bipedal people?
I see. I had wondered. So you are
I
not.
know you can't see it behind the helmet, but
Yeah.
he takes it off.
Yeah, you are not like the others then. This.
Again, the others mind flayers or bipedal people?
Given that you're traveling with the others here, I suppose both.
Oh.
I know that your kind is normally very hostile, that you come from the depths, and that there are. Well, that is all I should say. It
We
is
actually
strange
came
to see
from
you walking
space.
on the surface. I had heard rumors.
It's all very new information to me, actually.
It is probably going to come with some price if the rest of the dragons find out.
Would you like a spaceship in your collection?
Intriguing.
I know where several of them crashed, though I do not think it is safe to go there.
I would be very interested. Many of my favorites were given as gifts or have stories attached to them.
These came from almost nowhere, swarmed the island, and attacked this tower. The archivist was in it. Eridonist, they called it.
Interesting. I have heard stories that your kind has the ability to move from one place to another instantly, teleportation, and also the ability to go invisible at times. I did not know they could do the same for their ships.
I am still figuring out the invisibility part. My brother can become invisible anytime he
Well,
wants.
well, probably not to her.
Probably not to her. You can see things without,
Can you?
well,
Do
seeing.
your eyes work?
My natural eyes no longer work, no, but I am connected
Uh,
to the world in other ways.
we almost sent you a letter, but that probably wouldn't have worked out.
I am slowly trying to teach Rax to read. He may have been able to do it. Although if it was not in Draconic, it would have been difficult, I suppose. Nomad.
Oh no, that was it. I was just asking about Commodore Gigante, the
Got,
person I was in the past life.
gotcha. Ace.
Who are you, Gigante?
Oh, I go onto this one ship, the
Tidebreaker.
Tidebreaker, and I go to the captain's quarters and I try to find if there's any like journals or documents.
Sure. Give me the investigation check.
Thank you. If I did it, it would have felt like metagaming.
They have so much booze.
Is there just gonna be a null skeleton in this bathtub surrounded by empty rum bottles?
I would never do that to you. Okay, give me
It
just a
would
second.
kind of seem like a fitting bad end for Philo. But
He's
I don't
under
want a
the,
bad
he's under the floorboard, still alive. You know, he just sneaks around.
What'd you say, Beck?
Give me just a second to check my notes.
Okay.
I'm very curious about all this. I hate it, but I'm curious.
I'm excited to find out where your boat went.
I mean, we know where the boat went. I want to know what happened to Philo.
He probably got a
The
better
boat's
boat.
here.
Yeah, he probably
Maybe I
got a
did
better
get a
boat.
better boat. You think she takes trades?
Do you think that she got all of her boats here? Do you think every time she moves, she has to move like all of her boats? Does she like string them on like a charm bracelet or something? And just like,
Yeah. You remember she says that a lot of her favorites were given away? I imagine Philo probably traded the Tidebreaker for one of those favorites.
Trade the Tidebreaker for information on Lottigan.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, that. It'd have to be a lot of promising information because that was Philo's favorite boat too, and he had like 2 others he could have traded instead.
Had more boats. I forgot this.
Yeah, he had a
This-
folding boat, and he had just like a regular boat. By
A
this
folding
time
boat
in the
was like a
story, he probably
rowboat.
also plundered another magical boat.
Imagine trading a dragon a folding bicycle in exchange for something.
For this massive ship.
I mean, it's not like the dragon's going to be using any of the boats anyway. They're obviously collecting the ones that they just find like the coolest.
But also
The folding boat
shipwrecks.
might be a novelty to them.
It seems like they also collect the shipwrecks.
see, I'm wondering how long Feck has planned this. Is this something that he was just like, oh, they're going to give her a ship? He's going to have other ships too.
Yeah.
But since he's checking notes, it makes me think that like we could have just missed this dragon who had your ship.
Right?
Oh, we absolutely could have.
Wow. Do you remember on the map where we faced that pirate ship that sank full of ghosts?
It was
Yeah.
over by like Greencastle ish.
Yeah.
It's west.
She might like it.
Forgot about that.
I'm trying to remember all the boats we've ever seen that she might like. Maybe she'll trade us some of her treasure. Maybe she has still stones.
Okay. As you were looking through, one of the very first things that you, or wait, what did you get? 28? Excellent. That is good. One of the very first things that you notice about this captain's quarters is that in addition to being pretty nice for a ship, with a pretty decent bed in it, although very weathered and old. In fact, it almost looks like it was pulled from a museum. It's got this kind of ancient, dusty look about it. The furniture, again, in good shape. It appears that the ship itself is probably magically protected against weathering and damage. But again, it's almost like going through like an old like museum archive. Everything's just got kind of this old-fashioned look to it. You almost immediately find a secret room that is attached to the captain's quarters, wherein there is a luxurious claw bathtub. And although the scent is long since lost, you can just kind of faintly smell that there was once some sort of a heavy perfumed or smoked kind of feel to this room. However, you do find on the bed, written in Draconic, a simple note that reads...
I can't read Draconic, but I'm assuming someone's with me who can.
Yeah.
Vasu's here too. He's very curious. And
We'll go
also
get
reads
Vasu
Draconic,
for it.
and this isn't metagaming. Shut up.
It's okay, we'll call you over because we know canonically that you speak Draconic and we don't want to bother Gale.
Notably, the words that I've posted there are not Draconic. That is post-translation. With even just a passive arcana of like 10 or 15, you get the sense that they are, although written Draconic, they are arcane syllables. They are probably part of a command word. A lot of magic is written in Draconic, and this happens to be magic written in Draconic. These are probably command words.
I copy it down.
Yeah, it's best not to speak these out loud in this case.
Yep. No, I remember trying to recite these command words out loud once, like 4 years ago, probably at this point. Was it 4 years ago?
So, something like that.
It was a very hard command word to try to say out loud.
Is
without
that
ever
a
hearing it
bullet
before.
hole going through this wall?
It looks like there might be like 3 of them.
This ship has a lot of history.
Crazy.
Intriguing.
I'm very curious about all of this.
Do I find a captain's log or something?
You do not. In fact, it seems anything that was not like furniture that is part of the ship has been stripped clean. No personal effects, nothing like that. It looks very much like
There
this
are no
ship
magical
was...
coats in the wardrobe in the captain's chamber or anything like that.
There aren't. All of the closets are empty. All of the stores are empty. In fact, even the bed would probably be just the bed frame. But
They'd
yeah.
have to burn that mattress.
I don't know, man. Philo probably would have sprung on a magical mattress. No pun intended.
Yeah, they'd have to burn it otherwise. All the stuff that happens on there.
I mean, I wasn't gonna go there with it, but yeah, that's probably the reason.
All
why.
the alcohol spilling on it. And other liquids.
There were a lot of spilled things on that bed. Anywho,
The
we're on
water
Twitch,
bed.
so is the mattress magical? Yes or no?
No,
I
it
roll
is
a
not.
luck check for that.
It sure is not.
Can I roll a luck check for that?
You can roll
Can
a
you
die
humor me?
if it feels good, yes. Yeah,
Oh.
no, it's not.
And Philo spent many years trying to find someone who would make him a magical mattress, and the technology is just not there yet.
Yeah, it's real hard to stuff a 0C stone into a mattress and make a mattress of Presto.
Gone to Jerry. He would have done it for love.
I think he's implying that he took everything with him, including the magic mattress, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know,
That could be
that
it too.
he transfer all his stuff to his new ship.
You can't just leave your
definitely did
cum
have to
stained
ask
mattress
about-
in the dragon's possession. That's gross.
I did have to ask specifically about magical coats left behind, and I hope that wasn't just a pass-off answer, and you do have notes for that, because that is a very important clue to me as a player.
Everything that I've said is true, and true for a reason.
Cool.
Meta talk.
I'm
just
gonna
so that
stop
nobody...
bugging you about it now.
So-
I'm just on edge.
You're good, just so that everybody is like in on the loop. His character in the past campaign had a ship that is as far as you can tell, this ship.
It has the same name. It's got the magical bathtub. It's got the skeleton chairs that all have names. And if they're not the names that Philo gave them, do you have a list of these names that I can
This is
cross-reference for my
ship.
own? Sorry, I'm
The
bugging you
very
too much
first
about it. It is
time-
my ship.
Yeah, the very first time we took it for a fly, it immediately transported us to the plane of air, and we had a boss fight. The ship was not
Yeah.
meant for fight.
I rolled a 1 like every time that I try to interact with this ship for the first time on a
D100.
character. God, was it a 1 on a D100?
It is a
Yep.
fun on the D100.
Oh, fuck.
Sure was.
Yeah.
Great story.
We're like, what's the worst that could happen? Only the worst
Oops.
option.
Yeah, Philo felt real bad after that.
I mean, it was
I'm
an
gonna go
adventure.
swap out my spells.
What was that?
I go and swap out my spells.
Excellent. You guys do, unless you have anything else that you would like to do over the course of the night. Are you staying the night, or are you guys bailing before she gets back?
I'll probably stay here. See, like there's these bugs and rats are gigantic.
I don't want to be eaten by a giant bat. Like, we've seen those pickup crocodilators or
Like she's
whatever.
clearly trusting us with her really small babies. I don't think she intends on killing us.
I'll watch the babies for a while and try and learn about them.
All
I'll
the same.
ask- Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
dragon, I'll stick close to you. Make sure you're all right for the evening.
I'll be okay.
I got nowhere better to be anyway.
Are there just like shed scales on the ground here?
Where?
Like in the just shed scales just lying around?
Yeah, you would see that there's just signs of molt. Granted, most of the molting, like you're not getting the full scale. Like you're just getting kind of the molted top layer. I don't know how molting works. I should stop making shit up, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. In other words, it wouldn't be good enough to build like dragon scale armor out of.
Are they still like? Are they pretty though?
If you're like, if you would look at a rattlesnake
Probably
skin and say that that looks pretty, then yeah.
Sure. I'll ask Rax if it's okay to pick up some of these molted scales.
Ew, what? Well, I mean, I guess. Sure, if you want.
Just like toenail clippings to you, right?
Yeah, that's gross.
That's
What are
why
you,
it's gross.
what are you gonna do with them?
Just to kind of hopefully make the situation a little less gross, I will show him like the sling that I made out of flying serpent scales. And be like, oh, we just think they're kind of pretty sometimes, and we do stuff like this that looks cool. We also don't have to touch directly too often.
Yeah, but those are like nice real scales.
Sorry, that probably doesn't sound any less weird.
Those are just like our sheddings. Like, you're not gonna like wear them, are you?
Of course not.
Okay. Are you gonna eat
However,
them?
what?
I've just discovered that aquatic turtles molt. So Nordo's been molting
How?
this whole time.
No.
You guys have
Wait.
lots of turtle molt.
Gross.
I imagine nomads collected all that.
Every
It's just like, are you going to use this? Thank you.
every
This is
year,
more for like sea turtles, I guess.
every year on exactly Nordo's birthday, all of his skin bursts off.
Well, Nordo's birthday was canonically like 2 months
Fuck.
before it started because the day Moat showed up at the monastery, so
Perfect.
we're good. He hasn't molted yet.
Oh, he
We're
was
fine.
like super fresh from Moat. He's like, hey, shiny new skin.
Too fresh.
Imagine he like bumps against the table and everything falls off like Legos. Same sound and everything, like someone knocked over Legos.
We do get a rest, he said.
Yes, you guys do get your rest.
For if it matters, and I'll spend the evening like sort of towards the mouth of this lair and kind of keeping watch.
Looking out, like, you know, there's the waterfall. Everything past the waterfall is just this thick, heavy mist. So, like, keeping watch is, you know, you can basically see to the length of your arm, and that's kind of it. But you're able to hear pretty well. And nothing seems to even come close. The place is very kind of far away. Not a lot comes up here. nothing really seems to mess with it. It's very much kind of secluded away from the world below.
Over the course of the rest, I do spend just a few hours at night just kind of checking out some of the ships.
Excellent. Uh,
Yeah, I'm really curious too, so I'm gonna kind of go with him.
Sure.
And I
Same.
assume most of them are magical, but I do have the detect magic site.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of them ring up as magical. There are a few that aren't, and the ones that aren't are generally very like pretty or ornamental or very old looking, and probably valuable for reasons other than the fact that they're like super cool magic ships. Um, but a lot of them are magical. A lot of the magic is just kind of your standard stuff that it keeps the hull intact and allows it to fly or it allows it to sail particularly well. Um, but yeah, you're able to kind of just explore all of them. Again, you see a couple of SSLC ships. You look like one that looks like it honestly shouldn't even be able to fly. It's made entirely of what appears to just be cast iron. This thing must weigh tons and tons and tons and tons and tons. There's no way that this thing should be able to like fly or even sink or sail on water. It just it looks like the heaviest fucking thing. But you can see that it has got runes carved on all of its sides in Primordial, in Ignan specifically.
May I cast Identify and all the ships are magical?
You sure can, and I will send you a list at some point.
Not now. I just want to know.
Yeah, I'll get you a rough list of all the ships in here and their basic ideas and stuff. Let me make a note so I don't forget to do that.
It's not gonna come up ever, but
It could.
Well, if she just mysteriously dies, we get all these ships, right?
Yeah, I know. Then we'll already have a list.
I forge a will and I leave it in her stuff so that when she dies, we get all her ship.
Dragons even need wills.
This one does. Some little comes like, oh, we can't steal this. It's been willed away. Speaking of which, I kind of want to look around too to see if I can find any like documents, books, anything.
There's Ani.
I know. I'm so happy that my other character campaign does not care about books at all anymore.
You went through a whole city without asking if there's a library. I was very impressed.
I will never ask you for a library ever again.
It was fine because Odell immediately did. I just have a new suffering now.
I guess I am the new Zircon, but I can entertain myself with music.
Something like that.
But you're
Well,
also
resting.
way more stupid.
I
resting.
am.
I go check on Flick. And I just want to ask, like, did the Pale Mother speak to you about anything? Not the Pale Mother, just the Deep Mother. I get them both mixed up.
Did a mother talk to you?
I mean, you were there for all of it, so no, nothing
Yeah.
more than that.
But like silently in your head, like I can do.
No, nothing like that. Not yet, anyway. Or if she did, I wasn't here for it. Just a little worried. Freaked out from that fight with the giant weird things. I guess that's every fight we're ever in, but you know what I mean.
We do come across a substantially large amount of aberrations and monstrosities. And also demons recently. Fiends.
Oops. I'm a magnet.
I think we are all magnets in this case. Giant dragons.
That's fair. We all have our own weird things.
A space fleet for me. An entire slaving company. Those are good roll skills.
Much needed.
there is one thing that does kind of take place overnight. Ace, you continue to have restless dreams. They seem to almost just pick up where the old ones left off, with all of these just kind of bright white Kuatoa with red eyes just looking at you. It's kind of almost just like 2 or 3 dream hours of standing in the middle of a circle of these Kuatoa as they stare at you, unblinking, unmoving, untalking. It's weird, it's unnerving, it's clearly some sort of otherworldly experience. You remember it distinctly well in the morning. The only thing that happens is after about 2 or 3 hours of them just staring at you in this weird limbo where time doesn't move and they barely blink, you start to see spots or dots form on the surface of their skin in some places. Different colors that kind of create these pinpricks of color across their otherwise white-scaled skin. Greens, reds, and yellows, and blues, like confetti in a confetti cake. But then the dots grow and widen and begin to push and pierce out through the skin and begin to glisten until eventually you can see that they're starting to form crystals, still stone. And they don't seem to react, they don't seem to say anything or move or do anything. But over the course of the next hour or so in this dream state, you watch as all of these albino Kuatoa with red eyes just kind of stand there as stillstone grows out of their skin. And then the dream ends and you wake up.
Was this metaphorical or literal? I go to find Nordo.
He's up early in the morning and looking for something to eat. Probably like, I don't know, there's not much here.
I like just jump onto your back of your shell, and I'm like over your shoulder. Nordo, I need your help again.
Holy. I just told you not 24 hours ago, little orc. I'm going to pop you in the face next time you do that.
I know, but it's so much fun.
What can I help you with?
Same thing as last time. I had another weird dream.
All right, then. I just happened to have my sketchbook out already.
Oh, actually, this. Actually, maybe we should gather other people too, because I don't know if these dreams mean anything, but there were still stones involved this time.
All right, then. Nordo flips to the next page of the sketchbook. You can see that he just finished making a drawing of Alicena and this ship and her like cave of ships.
All right, so in my dream, I was surrounded by those Kuatoa again, and they were just kept staring at me. And then spots formed on their skins, and these spots became still stones.
Well, he'll start drawing it first, and then after we start talking about it, yesterday she was saying to Gale that Azadirth was trying to mess with people that were separate from magic or something. I didn't quite follow it all, but Azadirth was trying to put still stones into Gale.
I mean, I guess I can see what you mean. I mean, they said something about, I forget exactly what she said, but I mean, kobolds, Kuatoa, and Kinku are all related in a sense. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about still stones or magic or all that, but
Do still stones come from Kuatoa? That seems a little too literal.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they come from mines.
Well, yeah, but like, how do they get there?
Grow out of the ground. I'm not there, but
I know, but like, what forms them? Is it like gold and silver, where like they form from science?
If you don't know Little Orc, I definitely don't know.
I mean, I'm not a scientist.
No, man. You're more scientist than I am.
Nomad,
Yes.
interpret my dream.
Okay. I can only take it literally. You understand this?
You right. Okay, well,
Well, what have
I-
you seen?
well, I was standing there, for a very long time, 3 hours, surrounded by Kuatoa that were all super white with red eyes. And they kept staring at me, and after a while, they had colorful spots appearing on them. And then they started having still stones growing on them. They didn't seem bothered by it, though.
And they just stood there.
Yes, they were just standing there, right? They weren't like. Was it like a black void around us that they were they were standing in, or was it like a backdrop to this?
Just it was indescript. It was just kind of you were somewhere in a dream, and it's hard to say.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just in dreamland. So like, I don't really remember the background. Out of focus, I guess.
Quite have dreams, so I do not know how they work. Aside from when we used to dissect brains, they're simply a part of your subconscious thoughts. Perhaps it is a manifestation of your guilt, or something you've forgotten in the past, a suppressed memory.
I doubt it's guilt, but
A suppressed memory, perhaps?
I don't know. This is the second night in a row that's happened to me.
Second time. What happened during the first one?
Give me a second, guys. She went out of my room real quick.
Good luck.
Flick's like, open the door. I'm so drunk.
Shut up, Nerman. You don't know me.
She was being all fine. She was like sleeping on my desk until I like got up for a quick second and then ran back in here, and then she was like, "Oh, I gotta leave now." The first stream, if I remember correctly, it's been a week for me, but not in the game time. It wasn't like there was one Kuatoa and then there was multiple and they like fused together. I don't know. I show him the picture that Nordo drew that I had him draw.
Well, okay, so the white reminds me of the Pale Mother's taint.
Yes, but there's like, but
Pale Knight's taint.
But there's
God.
but the red eyes and there's wait, does the Pale Mother have red eyes? I'm thinking of the Deep Mother.
The Deep Mother, yeah. The Pale Knight's taint. The red eyes, those are just symbolic of demonic eyes, are they not?
Or like albinoism.
Albinoism as well. That means they perhaps have not been to the surface in a very long time.
Well, in the first stream they weren't pale and then they became pale, and then in this one they were already pale.
Right, a continuation, a recurring dream, or simply, well, twice that is a recurring dream. But it's not often they pick up where you left off.
Gotcha. I immediately just start like looking under my feathers to see if I turned pale and if I have any spots, just in case.
Sure, give me investigation or medicine.
You know it's gonna be investigation.
Yeah.
Could I medicine him to see if there's anything new
Sure, go for it.
that what didn't used to be there?
I mean, you preen me all the time.
Yeah, I preen. What's new with you? Let's see.
I'm just imagining like you start preening me and you start keeping like the barbershop, like the salon talk, and you're just like, tell me all the juicy gossip around town. What's new with you?
Tell me all the moist talk.
Gross.
Yeah, you guys very thoroughly search yourself and look Ace over. He looks normal. He looks fine. Nothing new. No changes. No weird lumps. No crystals growing out of your skin.
I do not detect anything different with you.
That's good, I guess.
Yes. It is purely emotional or mental.
Or it's symbolism?
It could be a message from an actual mystic being. A premonition, if you will.
But from whom?
We do have contact with many, many supernatural entities.
But yeah, but like who would care enough to actually talk to me?
Corlin? No. Unlikely. Corlin is no longer among us.
Well, sure. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I mean, that fortune teller contacted Corlin through that spell.
Fortune tellers tend to lie.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe.
For the thing about Corlin is he was demoted. His name is no longer Corlin. He is now a minor god of something or other.
Or my dad. It's hard to say. I don't say that in
No,
character.
I do not remove. Okay, I don't remove that possibility of that. Weirder things have happened. Flick has 3 mothers.
Flick always has so many moms.
And 2 of them are supernatural entities. But if you were to ask my opinion on it, I believe the Pale Knight has something to do with it.
It's a possibility.
The Still Stones, however, seem to correlate with Gale's, if I may use the word, arc.
You mean issue? You had a little
Arc.
stroke there, buddy.
No, an arc.
Perhaps. I guess we'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Sorry, I have expertise in calligraphy. I have to use some author terms sometimes.
Well, where we go from here, gang? Back to Seattle, we think? We're pretty close to Firebird's Roost, but I don't know.
Isn't that where we wanted
Sail
to head
across.
next?
It is.
Yeah.
Boss,
I
do
do
you
not-
get that map?
Yeah. I unfortunately regain my 6 and 7 spell slots tomorrow.
That's just the thing. If we hopped on the Crescent King and started sailing now, I reckon it'd take us about 2-3 days to get to Firebird's Roost.
Mm-hmm.
Sailing over all that open ocean, but we're gonna have to do that one way or another unless we got a way to.
I mean, we could just teleport to the moon. I've said this like 7 times.
Yes.
Well, we talked about that, but then Little Dragon brought up the good point. I don't know this because I ain't no man of science, but we'd have to worry, I guess, about the planet being turned the right way. I don't even know.
Well, how far away are we from Firebird's Roost? Because I mean, don't we? I mean, if even though the planet's round, we can tell if it's going to be in the same, time of day. Kind of like when you send, like ascending to someone in, excuse me, a different city. You can tell. You can tell what time of day it is.
The other thing we talked about doing to get there was that Gale's got his carpet, which we could use to get there, but then we need a different way out.
Well,
Moon could.
if we go today, the carpet, then we only have to spend a day there for the carpet to take us back.
That might be the way to do it. And then the worst thing we have to do if we get there and it's a shit show is survive for a day. But then if
We do need to return to Seattle for Gale's ship.
thing is, if looking at this map, if we go to Seattle now and get on that ship, it's going to take us a month to sail to Firebird's Roost. Whereas if we take the carpet there tonight, do our business at Firebird's Roost, and then take the carpet back to Seattle, and then we can go wherever we're going from there.
You're right. Perhaps we should just sail all the way to Firebird's Roost.
No, we should just teleport to Firebird's Roost.
Off a long trip. Don't know as we have a whole lot of time. That'd be my vote, I guess. Put it to.
Yeah.
It's just to use the carpet to get there and use the carpet to get out.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, we can take the Crescent King and just get away from there. That can be our
Escape.
emergency out. It's not immediate or anything, but it would be. We wouldn't have to stay there if it's terrible.
Yeah, I could use a few days to recover, but I'm functional.
I could use the rest too, but I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to.
Well, the other option, I suppose, would be to use the carpet to get back to Seatoll. Then carpet will be ready to take us Firebird's Roost after we rest for a couple days. And then the problem's getting out of Firebird's Roost after.
Yeah, I think we should just hit Firebird's Roost, and
By then, we could find a tree and go anywhere else.
we can always rest on the Crescent King for a bit.
I think that's our best bet. Crescent King's awful handy. That having a one-way ticket to the moon is a decent place to rest if we need it. Guess not a one-way ticket, two-way ticket, round-trip ticket. Probably round trip neither, because you don't have to go back where you came from. So I guess it's a trip to the moon and then another ticket to another place.
Do you think we can go to the tree where all things meet again?
It's a tree. Can't we just walk through one of these trees and walk out that one?
It's in a different plane, unfortunately.
I thought it was in between planes.
Feck, is it possible to go to the in between?
You can give me an Arcana check. Actually, it was just told to you. You can have it for free. The impression that you got is that it is sort of a pocket plane or a demi-plane that serves as a stepping stone between the two. So therefore, anything that would not work across planes would not work to get there.
Oh.
With that said, plane shift would work. The carpet would work.
Gotcha.
We teleport to Firebird's Roost, do our business, and then instead of teleporting to Seatoll, we just teleport to the tree where all seasons meet. And get fucking wasted for a week.
Those pixies were tasty.
Doesn't
It
Murder
tasted
not
like
remember that?
mischief.
Didn't one of us that we forgot about it? Was that Nordo?
I think it was just Nordo.
I think we all remembered it afterwards.
I thought you didn't remember it.
I really hoped that I wouldn't remember it, but I did, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was ever even a save about it. Did we do that save?
It would have been funnier if like only Nordo remembered it.
That would have been perfect. Because Nordo, like, he went through a whole thing there. He like thought it was a dream and then realized it wasn't, and had a bit of like a come to Jesus on
Okay.
and all
yeah,
that.
that's right.
But then it would have been super funny if he just forgot about every bit of it.
These are into a fairy world.
Should I start the teleport?
I think so.
It's
Moat,
the safest place
we're
to
going
send
on
me.
your mission to this place that we're all going to. You sound ready?
I'm ready.
He's
I don't
ready.
know. I don't know how to make a Moat impression. Okay.
That actually is
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
problem. I don't think Moat's carrying around the body of Samson Tomarello with him. I assume it's with the ship.
That's right.
It sure is.
If the mission here is to get the body of Samson Tomarello to the Firebird's Roost,
Then yeah, we need to go and get the ship.
or at least go and get the body.
To the moon.
So we Crescent King to the moon. Or no, wait, we
Why don't
I guess
we?
could just
Why don't we just carpet? Yeah,
there.
carpet to the ship, crescent to the moon, and then crescent back to Firebird's Roost.
How long are we going to be on the moon?
I think just overnight by this plan. So if we carpet to Seatoll, get the body, Crescent King to the moon,
get our long rest.
get a long
Crescent
rest, then we
King will be
Crescent
good to
King
go
down to
again.
Firebird's Roost, and then we still have the carpet to get out.
The issue is
Plan, but
just
by God, it's a
being able to teleport accurately to Firebird's Roost from the moon.
It just takes you to any point you can see, as long as you can see it.
Yeah, but the issue is,
The whole ass island.
yeah, and is Flick going to be able to see it from here accurately?
He has the spyglass. Should be fine.
Yeah, that's
2
times.
miles instead of like 150 million miles or whatever it is.
We just need to get a telescope
Oh,
and
yeah.
see, and then we'll be fine.
Yeah, just cast enlarge.
I think the ship said unaided. You could see it. You have to see it unaided.
Enlarging a spyglass doesn't increase its magnitude.
No, tell that to science. It at least doubles it.
You double check.
Look, we're adding an unnecessary step here. Why don't we carpet to Sea Toll, carpet to Firebird's Roost, and then if it's a shit show, we use Crescent King to get out. But we don't
Okay.
really go
That's
to the
probably
moon
better.
if there's an emergency, right? The
Yeah,
moon,
if
like
we get
our
the
ocean.
carpet back, we get the carpet use back tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So we'll go to Firebird's Roost. We won't have the carpet anymore, but we still have the Crescent King in case we run into an absolute.
Yeah, but tomorrow I'll also have 2 uses of, TVP. And if there are druids there, there's definitely trees.
Oh, look, you can see the island from the moon. Imagine that.
I don't see it.
So I know which one of these pixels is the right one, but just so that you guys have reference, this is what it looked like from space.
I feel like our best case scenario, Crescent King down to Firebird's Roost, is like landing at a random point on Firebird's Roost. We definitely aren't. Or we're probably gonna like land in the mouth of the volcano.
Land in the volcano and all die.
Like the most visible point is going to be the volcano. I say we just carpet there, carpet Sea Toll, carpet Firebird's Roost, and then Crescent to the moon as a backup plan for emergencies.
Yeah.
To Sea Toll.
I will carpet us to Sea Toll.
Alright.
I just want to go to the moon because I don't think Feck ever intended for me to use it to go to the moon and back. It'll be fun.
Hey man, that's basically exactly how the original owner used it. Ooh, look at that!
He had really good vision.
I think that means it just like straight up works, right? No hitches?
Yeah, exact location you desire. So we're right aboard the tornado.
Hell yeah, you guys show up.
Taco place again. Taco place again.
You guys end up aboard the
tacos
tornado.
at home.
I
Just
have them
like
in the
that.
barrel.
Dale, can we stop at McDonald's? Excellent.
Gil orders a black coffee and leaves.
Like, this carpet's kind of hard to carry around on Toto's back. Can I put it in your bag of holding?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Has Spurgle killed our entire crew, or has Eddie jam-jarred on it?
When you get back, everything is pretty much as you left it. Spurgle has kind of set up a corner of the cargo bay as his own little area, which he does not keep very clean. But apart from that, he's, still just kind of hanging out, doing his thing, keeping himself entertained. Jim Jar is doing his best to kind of keep everybody in check. But when you all reunite, he does mention, at some point, now that I've kind of finished my mission, I should probably go report this and then, figure out what my next step is going to be.
It's just cricket.
Yeah, that's been established. We all know that.
The lisp.
Have we not? We already had this conversation, right?
Yeah, that happened the first time he showed up.
Perfect. Okay, good. But with that said, you guys did help with my mission, so I can help with your mission first. That way it's a tit for tat sort of deal.
Well,
I feel like Moat would be into that.
I think Mo should make that decision, and I'm so glad he's here to make it.
Excellent. I'm going to assume.
Of course, Eddie. I'd love to have you.
There it is. Okay, perfect. If he changes his mind for real, we'll change it later. But I'm going to assume that he's like, hell yeah, come along, or something like that.
What time of day is it when we get back to Sea Toll?
Early. It's basically whenever you guys decided to wake up and head back. You guys, we're just in Dragon's Cave, so it's up to you.
Before we go, I did want to say one thing to Alex. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad you found a new start here.
Thank you. I hope that you're able to do the same. Or, even better, that you're able to find a new start in your own home. I wouldn't want you to have to end this story displaced. Especially if there's still people back there that you care about. I cannot make any promises, but if you need any help when the time comes, I'm old and I don't know how much longer I have. it would be inglorious not to go out in battle. And that's all I'll say on that matter for the time being.
Thank you.
It's sometimes when it feels like there are gaps in yourself, weaknesses, smallness, those gaps are what allow you to choose what to fill them with. And the things you choose to fill the gaps with are what make you strong. Don't forget that.
Thank you. I think I know what I need to do.
Very well. Run along, or you're all going to have to witness another beetle feeding.
I'll finish casting the teleport for real.
Alright, you guys bamf off.
When we get back to see Tol, Nordo will prepare a extravagant meal after the god-awful rations and bugs we've been eating for 3 days.
I have missed this texture.
I have to. Hey, Flick.
Yeah.
There's a guy go to get a tattoo in this town.
I can do tattoos.
I mean, I don't
Nomad, though.
do tattoos because, the fur thing. Let me see if I can figure out where.
I figured you knew somebody being a sailor.
That's a good point. Shit, I should know that.
Almost certainly. You can give me history with advantage.
Okay.
That's a question, actually. Can I, with my calligrapher's tools, do tattoos?
You would, you have the dexterity for it. You're pretty confident that if you had the right tools and knew what you were doing, you could make something that looks very pretty. You don't come with just, built-in knowledge of how to do tattoos or anything. But if somebody showed you how to use it, you could probably do a pretty design, or at the very least, you could come up with a very nice design that a tattoo artist could then tattoo. Flick does know where a couple of parlors are. Most of them are kind of down by the docks over on the eastern side. Although there are a few higher-end ones up towards the chapels of the northwest. He would be aware that at the higher-end ones to the northwest, they can actually do magical tattoos of some sort, but they are ungodly expensive. And then the ones over on the east are just kind of your standard tattoo places. It's where most people go when they need to get something. He would know that for the atypical races, scaled or furred or whatever, things that don't have perfectly smooth skin, there are dyes that will actually cause fur or scales to grow out in the color of the dye. So you can actually get kind of, at least markings or patterns. They're not quite as fine detailed as a normal tattoo would be, but for more general shapes, you can definitely do it.
It's pretty rad. Alright.
Can I observe this for a bit to
Oh
figure
man,
it out?
sparkle dogs are real. They're expensive.
I kind of forgot that magic tattoos were a thing. I was just going to go get a flavor tattoo.
Said the horned cat.
They are. I have not entirely looked through all of the default magical tattoos thing. I remember there being at least one that was just utterly broken. But the general idea is that it's just an item that is permanently attuned to you, and it uses still stones just like any other magic item.
It's not even permanently
They fixed
attuned.
a lot of them in Tasha's.
I say you can just unattune, and it's basically just a wondrous magic item. Really, is all it effectively it is.
Excellent.
There was one of the UA ones that was broken as hell.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got to take another look. But that's definitely a thing you can do here, and even stuff that isn't in those books. If you've got an idea, they can find somebody who can try to tattoo it for you.
Cool. How much would a magic tattoo cost? Just for an average magic tattoo.
For something with just a very simple effect, you're able to immediately clean yourself, or you can create a small bit of fire, or you can turn torches on and off with the snap of a finger. Stuff like that would probably go for about 90 to 200 gold.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. That would be too expensive. It'd probably be 70 to 120 gold.
Okay, cool. But what Nordo definitely wants to do is go get a tattoo during this day of downtime. If you don't mind, I might sleep on whether I'm going to get a magic one or just a regular one and make that decision retroactively.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in either case, he goes to get a tattoo at some point today. And it's fairly simple. It is just the holy symbol of Aedra, the like five-fold knot. It's just on the back of his right hand.
Hell yeah. Good shit.
While we're here, could I get some still stones?
Absolutely. Lots of shopping to be done.
I need some level 2 ones and some level 1 ones. The idea is to make like a glove or a medical kit that you can use to cast lesser restoration at will. And the other one is to make like, I don't know, a 10-foot radius or 15-foot radius dome that has the what comprehend languages ability. Lets you understand whatever is said well by anyone who is inside it, if you're also inside it.
Excellent. Yeah, easy enough. So, because this is a very busy port city with a lot of trade, anything that you're buying at default size for like default sizes, up to level 3, so 1, 2s, and 3s, you can just buy them without needing a check at the standard prices listed on that spreadsheet, and I'll pull them up in a second if you need.
Sure.
If you're trying to get anything denser than standard or larger than a 3, you'll have to do some checks for it.
It's only 1 and 2, I believe.
Lesser Restoration is what, a second level spell?
Which one?
Lesser
Restoration is second.
Okay. Notably, I need to go double check and pull it up. I do use modified rules for restoration. Being able to do it at will work, assuming that you put 4 of those stones in. But they're like it's going to use the modified rules for lesser restoration, which means if you get to it immediately, you're good. But if it is like a longer lasting disease or one that's been around for a while, it could potentially require you to gather additional resources to cure.
Yeah. What kind of stones would I need to make glasses or whatever that act like detect poison disease? It tells you what disease is there and what you need to cure it.
Detect poison and disease is what? Second level?
I think as well. Let me look it up
Yeah,
real quick.
whatever the spell equivalent is.
First.
Detect poison
It is
disease.
first level.
Then yeah, you would just need 4 first level stones to be able to do that.
Cool. So I need 8 first level stones and 4 fucking second level stones.
Yep.
And I can get them up to 1 denser than normal?
No, the normal density.
Normal density. What's the check for like slightly denser?
You could give me a, I guess, investigation check. To
I can
shop
help.
around and try to find them at a better deal.
Sure thing.
You need help?
Of course.
You-
You're
you-
really good at investigating.
Yeah. Work together.
I'll give you advantage.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I failed you.
That's okay. Your check was way better than mine. You have a plus 12, I have a plus 10.
With the 16, you're able to find a couple of 2/2s. In fact, you'd be able to find 4 2/2s. So for 2/2s instead of 2 4s, they cost 96 gold each instead of the usual 26 gold each.
What's 2 2s? Oh shit, can I actually get the list? I might not need to actually. There we go.
Yep.
Let's see. What's the VV?
So everything in that very first box in the top left, up to a 3rd level stone, you're able to find with no problem.
Mhm.
So all of the ones that I've selected here. But then if you wanted to, you can also find 4 of these available.
Gotcha. Oh no, I'm alright. Those are expensive. I'm
Yep.
almost out of money.
You need to be spotted some money?
No. We will make more money.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah. This is the thing I wish to spend the day after buying Just standard 8 first 1 sea stones and 4 2 sea stones.
Perfect. So that'll be
Standard.
a total of 232 gold, and you can mark all those down.
Is there a way to haggle that lower?
You could persuade, yeah.
Try. We had a rest recently, right?
Yeah, you
Like
just had a
last
short
night.
rest.
Here we go.
With a 19, you're able to work out a bulk deal. He'll sell you all of those stones for 220 if you want.
Sure. I like bulk deals. I am learning how to haggle, Ace. 220.
Huzzah! Also, in fact, I know I just messaged you something, but I don't need the answer now. I'll probably be buying those stones while we're here, if there's any.
For sure. You imagine probably just 4 level zeros? Yeah, 4 level zeros should do it.
All right. Would that make the item attunement?
No, it would be non-attunement.
Ooh.
Because each one is standard level zero is only one volume, so that would be a 4 volume total.
I guess I will buy those then.
Excellent. Those are 10 gold each, so 40 gold, and you're good.
I give him 40 gold. Whoever this person is, 40 gold.
Perfect. Yeah, it's kind of just a collection of merchants down by the harbors. Vasu, what's up? Oh no, he just raised his hand. I know he's not dead.
No,
There he is.
No, sorry, I was in the kitchen cutting my pizza.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to make sure I was on board for retroactively shopping around for possibly magic tattoos, because I realized I had my mic muted when Norda was talking about that, and I was like, hey, I might want to do that too.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
And then also just while we're shopping for still stones, and so I don't feel bad because I'm not the only one doing it. I forget exactly what kind. I know I'm looking for probably like more denser brown stones. I wanted to combine the effects of my bracers of protection with the wrappings of the firebark circle.
That's
just
right.
to like free up an attunement slot. Right now the bracers have 3C 4V browns. I think I just needed like denser brown stones to put into the firebark circle wrappings to possibly get the same effect but not push it over the limit.
Yeah. Let's
So
see. What is
I'm probably
your...
just shopping for dense brown stones.
Perfect. Let's go see. I think the ones that you have are already kind of dense. But let's see what we're currently at and if you can get any lower. Your limit right now is 25. So they're 20. Oh, good boy. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I realize that item's already rolled dense.
I looked this up for you, or for the same reason, I think, the other day, and you need like 30,000 gold or something to get what you need.
Good lord.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you need a grand total of 8 stones, all of which are 3C, that have to fit into 25. So 25 divided by 8. It's going to be a little over 4, or a little over 3. Gotcha. So you need to find basically 8 3C stones that are 3V each in order to make that happen, which is going to be... if you find them, each one of those stones would be about 220 gold. You could potentially haggle for it if you were to buy them all from like the same vendor. But yeah, 8 times 200, like 1,600 gold total. So doable, but you'd need to look around to find somebody who had a lot of dense stones to make it happen. If you have that kind of money, you can definitely give me investigation or persuasion to try to find somebody who's got a more exquisite collection, I suppose is the best way to put it.
Okay, come back to me, because this is a lot of numbers to like realize
Sure.
and think about without actually seeing them in text, and I also need to go finish cutting my pizza.
Yep, no problem, no problem. Good luck. We'll get it sorted out at some point.
Yeah, we'll also kind of tug on Nordo and Vasu's legs and go with them to get tattoos.
Ooh! Wasn't expecting that.
You
I'll go. I'll show you where it's at.
gonna get some little dragon?
I guess I've been thinking about it for a while.
Anything in particular?
I don't really know yet.
Flick was telling me they could do magic tattoos around here. I didn't know that was a thing.
That might be nice.
Just don't go drunk. I had a buddy who went drunk and he regrets that tattoo every day of his life.
Where'd he get it?
Where'd he get it? Place downtown. He didn't go to the high-end place.
I mean, on his body.
Oh. Well.
The pale mother's
know.
taint.
The poor mother's taint.
Can I check Flick's taint?
It was not me.
Oh,
If you need to look, you can, but no.
All right, we will probably wrap up here, but we'll do shopping over the week. I'll get some tattoo rules ready. If you guys have ideas for specific things that you want to get, shoot me messages.
Yeah, quick one.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to go to what is that guild that we hang out with?
Oh my
here?
Yes.
god. What is it called? Pulling
Bless.
up my notes. Noblesse oblige. Noblesse.
Was
Just noblesse.
Noblesse. Yeah,
That's
just
right.
Noblesse. Yeah, I want to ask them, pulling out one of these paintings and, explaining how it works. Where could I get the most money by selling a complete creature carcass that's well preserved?
Oh, well, okay.
And I described the dimensions of the creature itself and how to get it out of the painting.
Well, if it's got materials that are valuable, you could potentially take it to one of the, I guess, scanners or leatherworkers guild for the skin. Maybe an alchemist to see if there's any valuable oils. See, the tricky thing is most of the time you go fetch a specific thing because it's got a specific thing that's valuable. I guess if you're trying to find out what's valuable in it, you'd need to talk to like, I don't
Perhaps
know.
I should have the creature appraised first.
Yeah, well, like,
Identified.
you need somebody who would be able to look at a creature and know what's valuable about it. So like an all-around biologist or a collector of some sort, maybe. Some
This
sort of
does come from the very depths of the abyss. I do not know if anyone would know what it is.
Yeah,
But would that be valuable in itself?
you can also perhaps try some divination, see what would be valuable from it. Hmm. Let me see. Let me do a real life knowledge check. Who the fuck could be useful here?
Sure.
Truthfully, this seems like the sort of thing that maybe like an experienced like a hunter or a beastmaster or a ranger might be good at. Knowing like what to expect from killing a beastie and what kind of goods might be inside of it. You could
Do you know a
potentially-
specific guild I could take it to?
Yeah, I do. There's a bigger guild a little bit up the street, and we've got a good working relationship with them, and they're kind of like a big sister guild, I guess. If you and she begins kind of scribbling on a piece of paper, a letter of introduction. It says, and if you take this letter, just up the street, there's a big red building on the left, called Order and Divinity. It's another hunters guild. They mostly do monster killing, that sort of thing. And they could probably tell you what it's worth, if anything.
Cool. Could I take Moat with me?
Yeah, I'm sure he's down to go.
Yeah, he has expertise in persuasion, last I checked, right?
I think he's pretty good at it.
Yeah. If he's not, well, I can't cast a spell. I'll save my spell casting, but I will give him a help action to persuade them, if anything. We go there real quick and get an appraisal.
All right. You take the letter of introduction. They're willing to take a look at it. They do mention you're going to have to like pop it out and leave it with them for probably, at least a few hours to carve it up. And even with this letter of introduction, we are probably going to need to charge maybe, I don't know, a gold for your time, or for our time, and expertise, just to kind of evaluate it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we'll carve it up, see what all is valuable and who might be able to use it best, and then help you move it to the appropriate people.
Of course. Could I get a list of those people as well for reference?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're willing to spend a gold and leave it with them,
Yeah, how much they ask for?
just a gold is fine.
1 gold?
1 gold.
Sure, I give 1 gold.
They kind of call over to one of their associates, which is this big orc man with dreads that kind of go all the way down past his shoulders. And although he's in plain clothes now, actually no, he would be wearing his armor. He's that kind of dude. He comes out in this thick studded leather armor, just dressed to the nines, even though he's like currently doing office work. And he sees this painting, looks at it funny. They explain that it's magical and that the creature's going to come out. He's like, "Oh, excellent! Take that out to the shed with me, and let's crack this thing open, see what's in there." And eventually, just kind of works with you to start dissecting this animal. And as he does, he makes some notes like, "Oh, this muscle's probably not too tasty. I suppose you might be able to sell it to somebody who's looking for a weird experience." Skin's good, real rubbery, could be potentially useful as an insolent. You might be able to find something over at the Alchemist Guild for something of that.
Is there anything like I could roll to find out things as well for myself that he might not find out?
Sure, you could give me... Oh boy. You could give me like either a medicine check or an investigation check.
I'll do medicine.
Cool. Just to kind of like connect dots or whatever.
27.
Excellent. You guys work together and you just begin stripping this thing for parts. And these are the electric eels, right?
Yeah, they're the electric eels.
Okay.
The ones with the weird discs
I'm gonna
around their sides.
I will over the weekend. Let me make a note so I don't forget it.
Sure. I just need to make sure to give Noblesse a finder's fee.
Absolutely. Over the course of an hour, you can work together with him to kind of just strip this thing down into its parts, figure out what might be valuable, and who would be interested in buying it here in town. And you will eventually find that there are a handful of things that are valuable, most of which are alchemical in nature. They're going to be good for crafting things that can either produce a little bit of electricity or insulation from electricity, as well
I
as
do
some
point
things that are
out
good against, like,
that
crushing
the circular parts around its sides are magnetic.
Excellent. Yeah, he will take a look at that. That
I-
is definitely
yeah.
something useful. Having
I
a
remembered
flexible
that.
magnetic material is hard to come by. So that's a good one too. In fact, he just kind of off the cuff is like, "Oh, that'd be really good for like a tool wristband sort of thing." Having some like a flexible magnetic surface could definitely come in handy. But I'll make a note on
Yeah.
that. I'll try to get you a list for when we pick up here next week.
Yeah, perhaps a buckler that attracts metal weapons away from you and to it.
Ooh, certainly possible. We'd have to really amp up the power. It's
Maybe
magnetic.
stack them.
Perhaps. I don't know if that's how... How do magnets work? What are magnets?
I would explain, but we only have a few hours.
Either way, I'll get that ready. I'll get some tattoo stuff ready. I'll assume that next week we're probably going to do just a little bit of downtime stuff, a little shopping while we're
Yeah.
here. And then it sounds like the plan was to stay overnight and then carpet to the island. Is that correct?
That's
Yeah.
the plan.
Awesome. Then
Do we get
we'll
a short
prep
rest
accordingly.
while we're here?
I'll go ahead and say that even though you're still going to do some shopping, you guys can go ahead and get your short
Yeah, I
rest.
don't intend to do anything
Yep.
but short rest.
Which is a long
Get a
rest.
long rest.
So you guys are rested up,
Oh,
and
it's a long
it'll be
rest.
Sunday.
Sweet.
Quick question:
Yeah,
is there a library or anything in this town?
absolutely.
Okay, then I'll just message you what I'm going to be doing so that I don't have to do it during session next time.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Can I roll some stuff for Ace? Because he's got the stones and stuff.
Yeah, if you want to
Already.
if you want to make the thing he was making.
Sure. Tinker's tools check?
Yeah, which one are you making first?
He wants the camera.
Right. Sure. Go and give me Tinker's tools.
I say camera, but it's like
I was gonna say it's gonna be some sort of a magic item that does what a camera does.
a thing.
I imagine it's probably like a glass orb shaped like an eye or something.
21. I imagine there's a +5 because it's the proper stones.
Yep, he got the right stone. Okay, awesome. You guys can kind of decide on what the device is and what it actually looks like, but the general gist is that first it produces a brief pulse of light to just illuminate the room. It's no stronger than a lantern would be, but it does light up the darkness out to a range of about 30 or 40 feet.
You want it to be a neuralizer?
And then it captures an image of whatever is in front of it, and then at any point in time, you can kind of tap it to a piece of paper or a painting or canvas, no larger than probably 10 feet by 10 feet, and it takes the image and kind of prints it onto that surface. And I'll say that it can hold, would you roll at 26?
Yeah, 26.
We'll say it can hold 5 different images at any time.
Okay, but after it's been printed on a paper, it's just on that paper?
Yep.
Perfect.
That suffice?
Notably and importantly, the camera is crafted in such a way that it can be identified, and somebody can verify that, like, if you took an image that is, like...
Unedited.
It is unedited, exactly, that's the point, yep.
Cool, that's very important.
Yeah, that would require them, of course, to have the identify spell, and there are ways that you can cheat it. Like, you can do old...
Can't you identify something? Can't you identify something by just, like, messing with it for an hour?
Yeah, kind of, but not to the same degree that the identify spell does.
Gotcha.
Like, you can do an old-fashioned hand-fisted attunement, and that would let you, like, use an object and learn, like, its command words and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want, like, a total strip-down of everything that a magic item does, you'll want the identify spell.
Okay, so question about limitations for that then. Are there a limited amount of uses per a day? See ya. Or could I just, like, take a picture of something, print it out, and just keep taking pictures of stuff?
I'll say that there is a cooldown of 10 minutes.
I accept these. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna head to I have to work early tomorrow, actually. So.
All right.
Later, guys.
Later.
Later. Toodaloo. Take care.
Alright, I should probably also head out pretty soon because I work at 9:30 in the morning, but I want to bug you a little bit about these still stones first.
Hell yeah.
So, hypothetically speaking, how hard is it to get something more compact